because otherwise we're not broadcasting, are we?
No. Yeah, Leonie's got a big thumbs up.
Oh, I don't see you there, Leonie.
She's sitting out of the way.
Right, okay, we go. Right. Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the slight delay in starting our planning meeting this Thursday, the 9th of November. I know a lot of you probably would have had trouble getting into the city this morning because there have been a series of accidents around the place and traffic is gridlocked all over. So Councillor Driver, who normally chairs planning, sends his apologies. He will get here when and if he can. So we start off our agenda with apologies. Do we have any apologies? Keith Driver clearly has apologised for not being here.
I'm just doing a resume. We've had apologies from Councillor Lubbock, but we've got Councillor Ackroyd as her substitute. Councillor Lubbock is on civic, I don't know what you say, is it jury service? I don't know how to say that. Thank you. And Councillor Stutley is not here. So for the moment we're going to have to put apologies because we do need to start. And that's it, so all other members are present.
Oh, good. Right. Okay, and second item on the agenda is declarations of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest? Councillor Ackroyd.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've been advised that for items 4 and 5, I should declare an interest. It's not pecuniary, but other interests. So I'm declaring that. Thank you.
Right, no worries. And have you had any other advice on that?
That is my advice.
That's your advice, right?
Yes,
okay.
from the committee.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Okay.
Councillor Peake's got one.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Peake.
Declaring a pecuniary interest in items 4 and 5, so I work for St Martin's Housing Trust.
Right, fair enough. So they are your employer.
Yes.
That's it. Yes. And Councillor Ackroyd is a voluntary worker for St Martin's.
St Martin's.
Chair, we've also got some other, I haven't had a chance to speak to those members, but on item 7, the fat cat, some of our members were on the licensing committee, and in that case, because it's different legislation, if they are predetermined, in other words, they've not made their mind up on that application, they can determine it under planning applications. If they have already if they feel that they cannot make an open and fair judgment on that application, then they should declare that they're predetermined.
Mm-hmm. Just for...
So normally people aren't predetermined, so that's just help. Sorry, Councillor. Yeah. If you've got an open mind, you can...
For members of the public, there's a distinction between being predetermined, which is having made a decision beforehand, and predisposed. And predisposed means that planning members are willing to be persuaded one way or the other, depending upon the evidence. So there is a distinction.
Chair, in this case, it was a licensing subcommittee for that applicant.
Yeah.
And so, assuming that members haven't said, "Oh well, if you get planning permission," if so long as that's discussion's not been in that. But that was not just Councillor Calvert, that was Councillor Stutley and Councillor Driver. Okay.
Fair enough, not a problem. We now come on to the minutes, which are on pages 5 and 6. Do we agree that these are a clear and accurate record of the last planning meeting? Yeah, I see nods and hands going up and a few voices. Yep, so yep, we're agreed on the minutes.
So, Chair, because 2 members have declared, one is a pecuniary and one is an other, it would be able to let they leave the meeting and don't take part in the determination of those items. Thank you.
Right, fair enough. So
I would just say that the next item is scheduled in for 11:30. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
More coffee.
We'll just wait for our 2 members who've declared an interest to leave the room.
Can I just ask the committee officer, is there any paper copies out? My computer's out of battery and there's no one to charge it.
Yes, paper copies.
Thank you much. That's great. Thank you, Jack. That's great. Thank you, mate.
We now move on to item 4, which is the application 2300790/F site adjacent to 133 Netherwood Green. And for those with paper copies, it starts on page 7 of your notes. Lara, are you presenting this?
I am.
Right, okay, over to you, Lara.
Thank you very much, Chair. Okay, so the application under consideration is the one before you. Just for clarification, I think there was a typo in the agenda which had a 2022 reference at the beginning of the reference number, but it is correct everywhere else that I've checked. So yeah, this is the correct reference number shown on the screen. Okay, so yeah, it's correct there. So this is the red line plan of the site. You can see the site outlined in red here. There are 24 garages contained within the site, one of which contains a substation in this top left corner, I believe. And here is an aerial view of the site. The site is on Netherwood Green, running along here. And it is surrounded by dwellings on Netherwood Green itself, the ones with the light-coloured roofs, and also dwellings on Arnold Miller Close, ones with red pantiled roofs down here to the south. The land itself on the application site slopes steeply from the west to the east, and as you can see, there are some mature trees located along Netherwood Green. Here is a photo looking into the site from Netherwood Green, and this is a mature tree located just adjacent to the site, with the garages on the site itself seen in the background. Moving into the site, you can see a substation located here and garages beyond. There are dwellings on Netherwood Green located at the rear of the site, along with the roofs of the dwellings on Arnold Miller Close, just here. Moving down into the site, looking between some of the rows of garages, you can see the back of houses on Arnold Miller Close in the background there. And looking in the opposite direction, again between the same row of garages, you can see some of the properties located on Netherwood Green. At the bottom of the site here, you can see there are some cars parked adjacent to properties on Netherwood Green, with some of the properties on Arnold Miller Close in the background. And here you can see 2 rows of properties, both on Arnold Miller Close, with the back of these properties facing the front of these. And looking back up towards the road, these are the mature trees on Netherwood Green, and these are some of the garages located on the application site. In terms of the proposals contained within this application, as you can see, there are 2 blocks of flats proposed, each of which contains 4 one-bed dwellings. There are 4 parking spaces proposed here. The substation, the existing substation, is proposed to be enclosed within a new enclosure here. There are also spaces for bikes and bins located along this boundary here. There's an emergency access route proposed along the top of the site, with bollards preventing that being used for car parking. All footpaths around the site, so there are footpaths located along this boundary and along this boundary. They're all proposed to be retained, and they're outside of the application site itself. The landscaping shown on this plan is indicative only. The full landscaping scheme is to be confirmed by a condition, but as you can see, there is ample space for landscaping over and above the hard landscaping that exists on the site currently. It's clearly an improvement in that regard. The tree located outside of the site is located here and would be protected and retained as part of the proposal. Here are some elevations showing the appearance of the 2 blocks of both of which are very similar in appearance. They have flat roofs, and materials are cladding and render, with full details to be confirmed via condition. Each of the flats has its own front door, so the ground floor flats open directly out, and the first floor flats are accessed via external staircases. The flats themselves, you can see the floor plans at the bottom here. They meet the minimum space standards for one-bedroom flats, and they all have decent access to natural light and outlook and privacy. There is one window shown just here. I'll just show you where that is on the plans. So that is located here on the first floor, looking out in towards this direction. It's proposed to be obscure glazed to prevent overlooking towards the back of the properties on Arnold Miller Close. This is a section of the site which goes to show how steeply sloping it is, with the tree and Arnold Miller, the tree and Netherwood Green located at the top here, and the bottom of the site where you've seen cars parked in the photos on much lower ground here. And these are just some plans and elevations showing the bike and bin store. So in terms of the consideration of the scheme, we've received a number of objections, with the main issues being raised relating to crime and antisocial behaviour due to the type of housing proposed. The applicant in this case is St Martin's Housing Trust, with the proposal being for housing for the homeless. However, the dwellings themselves are to be considered in planning terms as standard dwellings. They fall within use class C3, which is just a normal dwelling, and it's understood that the occupants would be in occupation for long periods of time, and as such they would operate very much like normal houses. So the crime and antisocial behaviour needs to be considered with that in mind, that these are just should be considered in the way that any other houses would be. Other objections have related to parking. Clearly there are a number of garages on the site, 23 spaces within garages, and also some parking spaces outside of those garages. There have been surveys undertaken by the applicant which show that there would be sufficient provision located elsewhere in the area. Clearly that would be less convenient for the people who currently park directly outside their properties, but nevertheless there is sufficient space within the area, within the wider area, and also the applicant is proposing that these 4 spaces located on the site are open to use by anyone who wishes to use them, including existing residents. There have also been some objections from neighbours relating to the impact on amenity of nearby dwellings. There have been some negotiations and amendments during the course of the application to bring the blocks, pull the blocks further away from boundaries, and also to obscure glaze windows in order to protect privacy. It's considered by officers that the impact on amenity is now acceptable. The design has been raised in a number of objections as being out of character with the area. Now clearly they look quite different to the properties in the area, but it's considered that the proposed materials and forms of the buildings would complement the area and would not look significantly out of place. And overall, the benefits of the scheme are considered to be considerable, and sufficient to outweigh any identified harm. The recommendation is therefore to approve, subject to the conditions listed in the committee report.
Chair, can I just point out where the error was in with the thing? It's on the plan.
On the plans.
The plans say 22 and that should be 23.
Right, yeah, not a problem. So we're all aware of that. Thank you for that presentation, Lara. It's nice and clear, very good. I understand we have some speakers, is that correct?
Yes, Chair. We have Hazel Niblett as our first speaker. followed by Peter Sharp, Jane Chilvers, and then for the applicant and agent we have 2 speakers, one for St Martin's and one for Flagship Housing, I believe, Jan Sheldon and Mary Claire Debrook. So first of all, it'll be Hazel Nippert. I'll just set Hazel up.
Okay, Hazel, if you'd like to just come forward to the chair in front of you.
Oh, I'll turn yours off.
Morning, everybody. I'd like to speak really because there is already, in fairly close proximity, another site which is known as Webster Court Lake and Fields, which is a combination of Broadland Housing Association and St Martin's, but it does have some bearing on this application as well. The unsuitable site has already been mentioned because of it being steep. It's also very close to existing homes. And there does seem to be a real lack of consideration for those residents who genuinely fear living in close proximity to adults who may have drink and drug issues and the impacts on their family life. There's no mention in the application about having to have CCTV or a close St Martin's presence. This is 2 huge factors which I'm aware of with the Webster Court flats, as there's no supervision or boundaries in place with Broadland Housing, and there are continual problems which really require much closer support and guidance to make a difference. Just putting a vulnerable person into a nice new flat doesn't address the root cause of the problems or the issues. And I would ask what specifics will be included if planning permission is granted on those kinds of areas. It's disappointing that in the report there's almost a sheer dismissal of the fear of crime aspect, which it does frustrate me because it is a valid ground for objection. And there's no secret that the occupants of the proposed facility are not your regular residents. And while there shouldn't be discrimination towards those new residents, equally there should not be any discrimination towards existing residents. And I'm not satisfied that that is the case here. The crime statistics, which were obtained earlier in the year, clearly demonstrate that there's been an upswing in crime figures since the Webster Court Lake and Field flats were opened, and there are ongoing antisocial behaviour aspects which have resulted in the Norwich Police South priority area of Lake and Fields being over a year continuously. Although none of our local councillors appear to have taken any interest or attended any of those meetings, it's been residents that have done that. Some feedback from residents in the vicinity of the St Martin's Checks Hill development greatly support these views, with continual police presence due to noise and antisocial behaviour problems experienced by residents. So I would ask do local councillors understand the extent of existing problems before any new development like this is put in place. And then the concentration of St Martin's locations in NR1, it's at saturation point. There's already 8 known locations in NR1. And whilst I don't dispute that more help is needed in Norwich, why not spread the load? NR2 around Suffolk Square and Vauxhall Street is an area where Norwich Police South Team also have a priority, and they're continually reporting on their activities. And I know that Fellows Plain development is an area which is experiencing fallout from that, because it's close by, homeless people, drug users on the increase due to being nearby. I believe that St Martin's should look to increase their presence there, not pile more onto NR1. And just because the council is willing to take garages away from local residents and make the land available for development, use it for affordable housing for local residents. And certainly, I'm aware that St Martin's do have experience dealing with vulnerable people, but they've been somewhat ineffective in getting together with Broadland to set up a community engagement group for the Webster Court Lake and Field development. I know this because I've been trying to personally be involved. And there's no evidence that St Martin's will be good neighbours. Jan Sheldon did say in the local press in response to the 60+ objections that...
1 minute remaining.
No,
Sorry?
she's time.
Oh, time, sorry, your 3 minutes is up.
Okay.
Just to wind up or whatever.
Okay. Stop right there, yeah.
Oh, if you want to finish that last sentence, that's okay.
So I would say once this facility is up and running, we're going to find out way too late and have our "I told you so" moment on just what the impact of this development will be to the local residents and those in the locality.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Peter Sharp. Your partner's going to speak. Okay, if your partner would like to move forward to the chair. That's it, and you two have 3 minutes.
Right. I want to know what kind of vulnerable people are going to be living there, because I'm concerned about people with drugs and alcohol issues. We have school children living around there. We have a school 10 minutes up the hill. Okay? You don't want children living around that. If I had children, I certainly wouldn't want that. Okay? We've also got an abundance of wildlife there, and I see it on a daily basis. I feed the birds, I see squirrels, I see hedgehogs sometimes, I sometimes see roe deer, and on the odd occasion I see foxes, and I hear owls, and I love it. And I have my garden a little bit wild, so that I attract wildlife, and I want them to be there. Because wildlife belong in this world, and they make me happy. Also, I'm concerned about crime. Okay, we sometimes see the police in and around there. I don't want to see them there all the time. I want to live somewhere where I'm not going to be worried about things. Also, about when you dismantle these garages, is there going to be asbestos? Okay, you don't want things seeping into the air. There's enough pollution in the world. Don't want any more. And what about the substation that's already there? You need, before you can say yes to things, you need to think. Okay, because actions have consequences. Okay, I love where I live, and I feel happy and safe there. Okay, I've been a victim of crime, and this is the first house I feel happy and safe. I don't want that taken away. I don't want to be wandering all the time. And if we are going to have these flats, I would like to see CCTV. I'd like to see people present there. Okay? I'm not discriminating against them. I'm just trying to make you realise that if you say yes to something, you've got to think about things around you, because it has a ripple effect. Okay? I've finished.
Right, thank you very much. Yep.
And we've got Jane Childers.
Jane Chilvers.
Hello everyone. So I'm the resident that lives at number 40 Arthur Place, so this really impacts on me.
Do you want to just pull the microphone a little bit closer so we can hear you clearly?
Should I say that again?
Yeah, just tilt it forward and you'll be fine.
Hello everyone. I live at number 14 on the close, so it really does impact on my home. So the garage is on my back walls. That's how close it is to my home. It will impact on privacy, because even though the window has been frosted over, you're still going to have stairs going up the side where people will be able to look into my garden. They'll be able to look into my living room because I have French doors. So I will lose my privacy. I know that. I feed the wildlife. I've fed the birds for 20 years. I've got all types of birds coming into my garden. I've got a wild garden. I've seen bats flying around. I have hedgehogs that come, squirrels, and I love the wildlife. And I'm worried I'm going to lose that as well because of my privacy. As I say, out of all the houses, it is mine, it really impacts because it's right along my back garden. So I still wish to object because of the loss of privacy. Okay, I'm finished.
No worries. Thank you very much and for being very concise. Right, we now have Jan Sheldon.
Thank you for allowing us to speak today. Just before I go into my speech, I would like to assure members that there are plans in place for meetings to take place with the local community in Broadham very shortly. We've been here before. Almost 4 years to the day we were applying for change of use for a building on Recorder Road, our Somewhere Safe to Stay hub. This hub is now a critical part of the city's infrastructure and a project which has helped Norwich to buck the national trend in rough sleeping. Across England, the number of people sleeping rough has increased by 26%. In Norwich, the numbers have decreased by 30%. This is an incredible achievement and only made possible through the provision of specialist support and accommodation. Indulge me in a moment of reflection. When we applied for change of use for Somewhere Safe to Stay hub, we had in the region of 60 objections. The number of people gathered at the planning meeting to have their 3-minute say about why change of use planning permission shouldn't be granted was higher than it is today. The objections were similar. There were concerns about drug dealing, antisocial behaviour, the hub being a magnet for ne'er-do-wells, and people walking past the hub being attacked. The comments about the harm that people would like to do to the people we support were similar. Sadly, I'm no longer shocked. Now, fast forward to the next 4 years, and let me tell you what had actually happened. The hub has supported 505 people on their recovery. We've been able to get people off the streets quicker before their rough sleeping habits become entrenched. We've worked with the local community, held regular meetings, and if there have been issues of concern, these have been addressed quickly. Since January, we've had 3 complaints from the local community about incidents of antisocial behaviour. Nobody living in the hub has been charged with drug dealing. No arrests outside the hub have been made for drug dealing. Our team members and the people we support have worked hard to keep the local area clean and tidy, doing regular litter picks and being included in the Stewart Garden project. I understand why people feel the need to object to having our projects in the area. If I were ever to write my memoirs, they would be called "You Do Great Work, Just Don't Do It Here." People are naturally worried about change and fear of the unknown. We do have some antisocial behaviour. Some of the people we support have poor mental health, but we have processes and procedures in place to deal with it quickly. We also work closely with the police when we need to or when we're asked to. As we've seen with our previous change of use planning application for the Somewhere Safe to Stay hub, it is not until our projects are operational that local people can see how hard we work to be the best neighbour we can be and what a difference our projects make to the life of the city. Nationally, there is a housing crisis. Earlier this year, the Housing Committees and Local Government Select Committee advised that 90,000 new social homes are needed to be built every year for the next 10 years to solve the housing crisis. If planning permission is granted for the new units at Netherwood Green, this will go some small way to helping to provide more social housing.
If you just wind up.
Last sentence.
Yep.
For people when they need it most. Quite simply, this kind of housing saves lives.
Thank you. And I understand we've got one more speaker, is that right?
Yes, that's Mary Claire, excuse my pronunciation, Delbrook of Flagship Housing.
Mary Claire.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address this planning committee today. Homelessness is not merely a statistic, it's a complex and deeply human issue. It touches the lives of countless individuals and families, often through circumstances far beyond their control. Issues such as unemployment, relationship breakdown and ill health. Issues that can affect any one of us here at any time. As responsible members of society, it's our duty to address these issues and to provide support and shelter to those in need. By building accommodation for homeless people in Norwich, we can offer a safe and secure environment for individuals who are experiencing homelessness. This accommodation can provide them with a stable foundation from which they can rebuild their lives. It offers a chance to regain dignity, access essential services, and work towards finding permanent housing. Providing accommodation for homeless people in Norwich will not only benefit those directly affected, but it will also have positive ripple effects on the entire community. When individuals have access to stable housing, they're more likely to find employment, improve their mental and physical well-being, and contribute positively to the society. This leads to a reduced strain on public services, decreased crime rates, and an overall improvement in the quality of life for everyone in Norwich. This project is, in my opinion, a great example of partnership working in action. At Flagship Group, we have a long and proven history of building thousands of homes that people love. We exist to meet the housing need in East Anglia, and we know that we're at our very best when we do that alongside other organisations like St Martin's. It's not unusual for people to be apprehensive or fearful at this stage in the process. I understand and empathise with the views of those opposed to this project, but history and experience tells me that once these homes are built and people have settled into their community, that those fears and concerns won't materialise. And if on the odd occasion they do, there will be a capable and competent team on hand to resolve those issues without delay. Whilst our opinions and perspectives on this project might sound like they differ, where we are united is our combined desire to ensure that the lives of the residents of Netherwood Green are not negatively impacted. I'm proud to be part of this partnership team. Our design team have worked very hard ahead of our planning application to take on board all of the views of local residents, and we will continue to work in that way to deliver the best outcomes for all concerned. We know our communities are at their very best when no one is left behind, and I hope that we can come together as a community and take action to make a positive impact on the lives of those experiencing homelessness.
Thank you very much. Right, that was the last of our speakers. Okay, we now move on to the next stage of our deliberations, which is where we... Oh, sorry, Laura.
A few points.
Yep.
So I just want to respond to a few points that have been raised by speakers. So firstly, in terms of the use, I mentioned briefly that the use in planning terms here is C3 dwellings. They need to be considered in the same way that any other application for 8 one-bedroom flats on this site would be. And that goes for the pros and cons that have been raised by objectors. So we need to be careful about putting too much weight on the benefits of any such scheme. We also need to be careful about putting any weight on the any crime or antisocial behaviour that might arise from any such scheme, and try and focus our minds onto the impacts that we can consider in planning terms, and try not to put any undue requirements on the developer that we wouldn't be putting on them if these were 8 market dwellings. For instance, CCTV wouldn't be something we would normally include on a scheme of this scale. Just a couple of other things, just to pull up on. Asbestos was mentioned in terms of the demolition of the garages. There are other legal requirements in terms of the disposal of asbestos, and it's our that fall outside of the planning regime, but it's our intention to put an informative on the decision notice, which would remind the developer of their requirements in terms of disposal of asbestos. And then in terms of wildlife, I mean, clearly we've got a site here that's completely hard landscaped and doesn't have much provision for wildlife at all. Naturally, putting in some soft landscaping will aid with that. And there's also a condition recommended which relates to biodiversity enhancements to be agreed by condition. That's it.
Thank you very much. Yep. Okay, we now invite our members to ask questions. Keep in mind this is questions at this stage, not debate. Councillor Champion.
Thank you, Chair. So, I mean, a lot of questions. One of the questions which does spring to mind is about the property at number 14 with the glazed glass which prevents overlooking, which seems to be completely negated by the fact you've got stairs running up on the outside of the building. I was wondering if the trees on the boundary of the property are deliberately there to address this, or is there any other way of addressing this overlooking aspect?
So in terms of, just so that everyone's on the same page, we've got this plan here is showing the ground floor layout, so but the first floor looks similar. There is a window located here on the first floor, which is the one that is proposed to be obscure glazed in order to prevent overlooking towards the rear of number 14. There is an external staircase here, which is the point of concern in terms of people standing here and being able to have views over the garden and into the rear windows of number 14. I think my assessment of that would be that people are unlikely to spend a lot of time on what is quite a small landing space for the door for the first floor flat. So I wouldn't be so concerned about that, whereas a window is clearly something that people are going to be looking out of more frequently. If the landscaping shown on this plan is completely indicative, so we don't have any proposals for specific planting, but if that is something that members feel is important, we could build that into the landscaping condition, and that would be a reasonable way to prevent that view from being had.
Can I respond?
A follow-up? Yes.
Non-questions.
Well, I'd like to make the point that.
Oh wait, we're asking questions, not making points at this stage.
So can I ask for that condition to be put in?
When we get along to discussions, I think we can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My recommendation, if you were to do that, would be to incorporate it as a specific requirement within the landscape condition rather than add one. So just make it very clear that we would like to see some landscaping along this boundary to prevent that overlooking, rather than having a separate condition, just for neatness.
Thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
In terms of the stair access and, I guess what you call a landing outside the front door, can you give us a notion as to how big that is? Could you physically place a chair or similar on that space, or is it too small to do that?
Probably just about. It's shown here. This is the landing space we're talking about. So the stairs have travelled up this way. That's the door to the first floor flat that we're talking about, and this is the flat area outside their door. It is it's that long and it's that wide, so it's probably around a metre wide.
Mm-hmm.
So as I understand that, you could just about put a chair there and sit on it and use it as a balcony, but absolutely stretching its possibilities, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you might struggle to get past a chair to get to your front door. So I personally think that it's unlikely that it would be used in that way, but it's open to your interpretation.
Thank you.
And just to remind people, there is a requirement for stairways and other things to be sort of kept clear of debris and discarded furniture and things, which occurs in other flats with internal stairs as well. Okay. Do you have any more questions, Councillor Holkner? Oh, Young. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, still on the same theme about that. I do think we need to accept that there may be people who stand out there smoking, for example. We would like to encourage smoking to be outside the property, not inside. So I think we do need to take this very seriously. So I would certainly be supporting a condition of trees that would screen. But I also wondered whether, because trees take a while to grow, whether we could consider other type of screening at all, like the sort of thing you get between balconies on flats. You do get tall screens where you've got adjacent flats sort of sharing the same balcony and you provide privacy with a screen in between. I've seen those quite a lot. I wonder if something like that could be used in this particular case, because it is a real concern for a resident, that enjoys the privacy of her garden and her home. So.
Yeah. You could do. I think we need to be a little bit careful about thinking of this as too much of a direct overlooking issue. The angles are not direct, and also that distance is probably 15 to 20 metres, which is a fair distance between the actual properties. Of course, the garden is much closer than that. But yes, that could be added as a condition as well.
Any questions from any other members? Okay, question?
The wildlife conditions, my understanding from listening to residents is that whilst on basic appearances there's going to be low biodiversity due to the hard standing, that possibly the structures themselves possibly could be accommodating bats or birds or other species. Have we investigated this? Do we know that there aren't any things nesting in these buildings?
Okay. My understanding is that as you can see, I'm not a case officer on this application, so I'm not as well versed with it as other people are. But my understanding of how this has been dealt with, these are traditionally very low. There's a very low chance that any wildlife would be using this for roosting or any other purposes, because of the very low roofs and because of the lack of access points. We see demolition of these garages all the time, and it is extremely unlikely that there would be anyone using the roof spaces for roosting. I don't believe we've had a survey done, but nevertheless there are protections within the Wildlife and Countryside Act which prevent anyone from disturbing species if they are disturbed during the construction. They are required to stop works and to consult with Natural England in that instance.
Councillor Sands.
You may not be able to answer this question, but with the existing garages as they stand, do we have any information about any kind of antisocial behaviour around them at present?
I don't have an answer to that. I don't know of any reports either way.
Councillor Price.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to the garages, there is obviously a lot of income to the council by the loss of the garages. I'm just wondering how that's factored in the rationalisation of allowing the site to be redeveloped. And can we confirm that everyone who has had a garage here has had an offer of a new garage site?
So, on your second point, my understanding is that there are 7 garages that are still occupied or have been recently, but there are a large number of other garages available in the wider estate, including very close to this site, that are vacant, more than are occupied. So there is plenty of provision for anyone who's using a garage on this site to get hold of one very nearby. In terms of the disposal of the site and the loss of income from the garages, that's not a material planning consideration. We can't let that affect our decision. That will have been a council decision outside of this process, and I'm confident that the relevant departments would have made an appropriate financial decision on that basis.
Thank you very much. Is this a supplementary question?
Yeah, a separate question, Chair. So just returning to the kind of overlooking issue, we've established that potentially people could sit out there, people could be something out there. I think there's been some suggestions about...
is this a question or are you moving into debate?
Talking about an additional screening with planting. What would be the impact if you actually did plant right up against the boundary, something fairly tall, trees that are tall? Would that create more shadowing into the garden, more loss of light, etc.? Just trying to understand the impact if we try to mitigate by planting a higher screen.
The impacts of that in terms of overshadowing, because the application site is to the north of this boundary, it would be the flats on this side of the building which would suffer a loss of light. The property at number 14 wouldn't change their ability to enjoy natural light.
Thank you.
Okay, one more question. Is Councillor Hoopton now?
Yeah, thank you. And is the way I understand correctly that the roof is supposed to be flat, and then would it be possible to consider making it a green roof to address concerns about biodiversity?
Green roofs are not proposed on the application, and they would need to make changes to their construction in order to accommodate that. So it's not something that's being proposed here. These are modular builds, and they are of a lightweight construction. My understanding is that they would need to use a different form of construction in order to accommodate a green roof. So it is not a part of the proposal at the moment.
Councillor Hoopton?
Would that be something that we could be asking for? Is it outside of planning considerations?
So not within this application, not as the application currently stands, because of the way that the proposals are designed, and it's not something that is required by planning policy. So it's not something that officers have proposed.
Okay, I think that's the end of the questions, so we now move into the realm of debate. Councillor Calvert.
In terms of biodiversity, can we ask for swift boxes to be placed at roof height?
I think the intention would be that we get an ecologist to recommend the most appropriate thing for this site. That's what we normally do. So we normally see which species are prevalent in the area and are needing of some support. That may well be swift boxes, but I wouldn't want to commit to that if that's not the recommendation of the ecologist. It may well be bats or swallows or whoever I'm doing it again, that require support in this particular location. So we wouldn't normally specify the species at this point.
Sorry, just to help my understanding, when would a decision be made on that? How would a decision be made on that?
So we have a condition recommended at the as part of our decision, which would be to have a report submitted to us with recommendations for which enhancements are required, and that would contain full details of where those boxes were going to go and which species they were going to support. So it would be agreed by condition with officers.
Thank you.
Councillor Champion.
Just to follow up on that question. So when the ecologist arrives and does an assessment of the site, do we take into account our biodiversity strategy? Would 20% of the site be set aside for biodiversity and rewilding, which I think would work? I think there's a lot of residents concerned about wildlife. I'm just looking at that, and I'm just trying to interpret, because that whole idea of when we're talking about biodiversity enhancement, you know, it's like 2 lines in a big document. It seems very vague, and the response given there that we're going to wait for. I'd like to make sure that we've really pinned down some specifics here, so that the boundary, I think we should have trees, possibly hedgerow along the boundary to create some genuine efforts to create and really pin down some rewilding. I don't think we should just be identifying what species are already there, because we've already identified that it's an area with low biodiversity. So we should be, and again, I know this is a point, but it's that thing of that in planning, we can't make anything worse, but we're not obliged to make anything better. And I think we should be encouraging the applicant to make sure that we're working towards making things better in context of biodiversity, going above and beyond our basic requirements for biodiversity.
Can I point out that the site is pretty well fully asphalted? What isn't asphalted has got garages with corrugated fibro roofs on it. So there's not a whole lot of biodiversity on this site unless you consider spiders and insects living in the garages.
Which is my point. That
well, the whole point is
we should be raising the bar above and beyond.
I think it's been made quite clear that there's going to be a large increase in biodiversity, given the green spaces and the planting and other sorts of things. So I think that is simply a diversion from what we should be considering at the moment.
I appreciate your point, Chair. My point is that if I've got a monoculture, if I've got a lawn creates biomass but not biodiversity. It concerns me that when I'm looking at just an image which gives me a perspective that I'm looking at a lawn with a few shrubs planted on it, that's biomass, not biodiversity. I just want to make it clear that I would like, for the notes, that I feel this is an important point.
Well, that will be noted, but...
Thank you.
Well, we're on questions, Chair, and that's what I'm actually minuting at the moment.
I had moved on to debate, but...
we haven't been moved or seconded yet, has it?
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Okay, we need to move and second this proposal, so I move it. Do I have a seconder?
Councillor Sands seconding.
And the recommendation is to approve. So that has been seconded. So now we are certainly officially within the realms of debate. And your points on biodiversity have certainly been noted.
Chair, I haven't done a verbatim minute because that's not what minutes are about. I have noted that you want to have more, and I've noted that your response and to Councillor to Councillor Champion, but it's not a verbatim minute because you were actually on questions.
Yeah, right, okay. We are now in the area of debate. So who wants to raise some issues here? Councillor Hopeman was first.
Thank you. So I would like to propose a condition that includes reducing overlooking from the staircase, either through landscaping or through some kind of shield.
Can I be clear on where you propose this shielding to be? On the staircase itself or on the boundary? Because there's a big distinction between the two.
Maybe we can have advice from the planning officer on what would be more feasible and less invasive.
My recommendation would be to include it within the landscaping condition and to explore options to plant along that boundary to protect those views between. I understand your point was that those trees are going to take a while to grow, but we can talk about the size of the trees at planting within that discharge condition to avoid there being too long to wait before that protection is in place.
Yep, Councillor Hope.
That has not
Sorry,
been.
this is very related, so I'm sorry I'm jumping in and someone else wanted to speak, but I just wondered, I don't know whether the resident would want this, but it may be that there might be more room for some trees actually in her garden rather than that boundary, and whether there could be a sort of working together of getting the best kind of screening in the right sort of place that works for the residents and this new community.
We can't require an applicant to plant on someone else's land.
Can you switch off your microphone for a moment? Yep.
That would go beyond the realms of this application. Of course, that could be explored outside of the planning process, but it's not something that we would be able to. It wouldn't pass the tests of the condition.
Mm-hmm. Councillor Calvert, I believe you had something to say.
Yes. So we can ask them to plant more mature trees. Is there? I mean, is there a limit on how mature a tree can be in terms of? Like, I appreciate there's kind of physical limits, but trees just get more and more expensive as they get bigger and bigger to plant, right?
Yeah. There is a limit in terms of. Well, yeah. Firstly, they get more expensive, but secondly, they also become more difficult to transplant from one place to another. So there is a limit, but that limit is quite big. It would certainly be big enough to be very helpful in this instance.
So theoretically, we could ask them to plant quite mature trees.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, we've dealt with other cases where the trees have been 10 metres tall at planting. I don't think that would actually be appropriate here, because that would be such a tall tree that it would be far too big for the site. So, but there'd certainly be something available. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, so we appear to have exhausted any debate. Certainly questions are well and truly over.
Chair, we've had a suggestion, it has by Councillor Heckner, that are you happy with to increase the landscaping condition to explore options to plant along the boundary to protect views, number 14, and talk about the size of the trees as part of that discharge condition. Is that
So
right?
more mature
But
trees.
that has not been seconded yet, so if that wants to move that,
I would like to second that.
Councillor Calvin. Yeah. I don't know if it's Councillor Champion, but Councillor Calvert seconding, so we need to move to the vote on that, Chair, if that's...
Okay, so we move on to the vote. Those who are happy with those conditions, a simple show of hands on this, I think will be suffice.
No, we have to do a recorded vote because that's in your rules. So
All right, fair enough. So recorded vote. Those in favour, please show your hands.
That looks as if it's unanimous, Chair.
Yep. So there's no abstentions and no one against that condition. So we can now effectively move on to determining the application. So as we know, the recommendation is to approve. So those who are in favour of approving this application, again, please show your hands.
That is unanimous, Chair.
That is unanimous. So that application has been passed and various conditions have been noted, and I'm certain that fears of residents will be well and truly allayed in the long term. Okay, so we now move on to the second item in our agenda, which is item 5, which again is within the Netherwood Green area, slightly different location, but a similar sort of application. So this is application 23000843/F. Lara, you're presenting this again, I'm guessing?
Thank you for attending.
Okay, thank you very much. So yes, moving on to an application which has a lot of similarities but is a different site and must be determined on its merits alone. The application here is a smaller site, as you can see, surrounded by this red line. There are 16 garages on this site, one of which contains a substation. The application site is on Netherwood Green. It's located here. Just to show you the two sites in association to each other, that's the application site that we just made a determination on. This is the application site that we're currently dealing with. In this location, you've got properties on Netherwood Green surrounding the site and on Arnold Miller Close. And you've also got Martineau Cottage, cottage located just here, which is just off the outer ring road, inner ring road, located to the south. So this is the application site here. Again, you can see that there are a couple of mature trees located on Netherwood Green outside of the application site. These are those two trees located on Netherwood Green, with the application site beyond, 2 rows of garages, and the cottage located in the background there. Looking back out of the site, you've got a row of the garages, the trees located there, and then these are some garages which are located outside of the application site. There are numerous other garages located along Netherwood Green. Looking in the opposite direction, we've got the rear of properties on Arnold Miller Close. And then looking over the boundary with the Martineau Cottage, you've got this view here of the end of their cottage, which is a detached property sitting in wraparound gardens, and another view into that plot. In terms of the proposals, you've got the 2 trees retained and protected in this location. In this case, you've got 1 block containing 4 one-bedroom flats, bin and bike stores, the substation again enclosed in a new enclosure, and 2 parking spaces, although one of which would not be able to be used whilst the bin store is being accessed. The footpaths again around the site are retained, so there's a footpath that runs along the back here, and another footpath that runs here and then goes back out onto Arnold Miller Close. That is retained as well. The landscaping again is to be confirmed via condition, but is obviously much improved from the current state of the site. The trees in this location here is understood would need to be pruned. The crowns would need to be slightly lifted during the construction, but the tree officer is satisfied that that's not going to cause an issue to the health of the trees or the visual amenity that the trees offer, and that they would be comfortably able to grow back. The elevations of the proposal look very similar to the previous proposal that we've just considered. These proposals again have a flat roof, render and cladding on the walls. All 4 flats have their own front door again, and the proposals again meet the space standards and have decent access to natural light. There is 1 flat that's somewhat compromised by proximity to these trees. So the first floor flat here has windows which only look out towards this direction in order to protect the privacy of the properties here and here. Their windows only face in that direction, which will offer them less natural light. But in the overall assessment that is considered to be acceptable. And then bin and bike store elevations and plans are just shown here. And then coming on to the assessment, the objections again mainly relate to crime and antisocial behaviour due to the type of housing proposed. Same considerations as previously, in that we are considering C3 dwellings here and can't consider the identity of the occupiers. Parking surveys show that there's sufficient provision elsewhere on the site. There will be some loss of parking as a result of the loss of the garages themselves. And the garages opposite the site, I believe, are under-occupied. There have been some objections from neighbours relating to amenity, but again, this has been sufficiently addressed by pulling buildings away from the boundaries and facing those windows away from neighbours. The overall benefits of the scheme have been considered to be sufficient to outweigh any identified harm, and again, the recommendation is to approve subject to the conditions listed in the committee report.
Thank you very much. We do have some speakers.
I do, Chair. We have again Hazel Niblett speaking again.
Hazel, if you'd like to move forward, I think you know how to operate the microphone now.
Thank you. Obviously, in some ways, little to say really, other than obviously the comments that were made for previous applications still stand. I think it's disappointing, and I would challenge how many people around the table have actually been to this site. I think people who have possibly may see this differently. But one of the big things that's been a problem throughout this has been communication, or should I say lack of. It was very obvious at some of the meetings that people who were in garages found out about this, possibly what I would describe as slightly by the back door, and people had been asking to have garages, so there's been very poor communication, and I think that's a fear going forward, that the success of the scheme is going to be around communication and joining up those two parties. I've not seen too much yet that makes me think that's going to be that easy, and there is some willingness for people to get involved, but you know, we heard mentions of process and procedures. I understand there's processes and procedures at the existing development I mentioned at Webster Court. But do you know what? Filling in a form when you don't know who someone's name is, you're hardly going to stand in front and take a photograph. It's extremely difficult when there are some issues. And, you know, there seems to be nothing in planning that's kind of helping the residents. I've listened to all the things about the wildlife, which is a very valid point. But it does seem to be very, very difficult for those who are living nearby and experiencing some of the issues that will inevitably come out of the residents that will occupy these properties. That's not to say we don't have problems with any other residents ever, we do, but I think there is a propensity for this to increase. Nothing's been mentioned about things like noise nuisance, antisocial behaviour. I'm quite disappointed that that hasn't been considered in the previous application, and I'm guessing it won't be in this one, starting from what said.
Thank you very much. We have Jen Sheldon again.
Well, they have an option, Jan or Marie, they may not wish to speak again.
So Jan or Marie, neither of you wish to speak, be the similar sorts of points. Right, okay, fair enough, that's clear. I think we're all aware of the issues made by speakers of various kinds. We now move on to, do you wish to make any points there, Lara?
No, thank you.
Okay, we now move on to the realm of questions. So does anyone have any questions relating to this? Councillor Calvert, followed by Councillor Herkner.
There's a bin store which doesn't have function if someone is parked there. It seems like a very kind of odd design choice. You wouldn't have any other access doors only accessible when a car is not parked, I would have thought. Does it concern you?
In my mind, I think essentially that car parking space would definitely need to be unoccupied if the bins were being accessed. The arrangements here will be that the bins need to be pulled out, I believe, to the highway on bin day. So it would be for the residents to manage that on the site, or not use this as a parking space. I think the relationship is fine. They've shown here that there's only a car parked in the adjacent space, which is accessible whilst the bins are being accessed.
Councillor Champion.
On the previous application, it was referenced that the car parking spaces weren't specifically for the residents of the property. Is this different then? Those two parking spaces specifically for the residents of this property? Because hypothetically, if somebody else parked there in front of your bin store on bin day, you're going to not be a happy bunny.
I understand.
I would anticipate myself that similar parking conditions would apply, and if someone did park their car there and they knew that it was a time for bins to be pulled out, and if they valued their vehicle, they would either move it or back it up a bit. So I think that's not such a problem.
Situations in decision making, you can't suggest that.
It is not noted in this committee report. The same situation as previously is not noted in this committee report, as in these would be only available to residents of the scheme. That would be something we could condition to ensure that is the case. We could have some sort of management plan that shows how car parking spaces would be allocated to avoid that situation occurring.
Councillor Sands.
Sorry, you before me?
Oh, my apologies, Councillor Hockner was before you.
Yeah, you go. Go ahead. Now, the issue of fly parking, okay, I'm saying it's simply because it's across the road from Canton Hall, I'll just move on from that thought. But for people to park there on the grassed areas, and there are options for us to have bars there. Is it possible for us to make that a condition across the green areas so that people aren't just parking up and
Which green areas are you referring to? If you...
I may be incorrect with this, but is it accessible from where you...
Here?
Yeah, right. And then the grass area in front of there, and I mean, someone who's walking and parking all over the place, that shouldn't be there. I'm just sort of thinking to myself there, and in the front as well.
This?
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably too small for a car to fit along.
You'd be amazed where they park.
This site here, it is here as only a footpath. I don't believe there's vehicle access down there. So I don't think you could fit a car onto this piece of land.
Councillor Hockner. My apologies, by the way.
Oh, sorry, that's me.
Thanks so much. I've got a question about the ground floor flats, and you were saying that windows would create overlooking. I was wondering, because it does sound like it would be quite a dark hole, whether it would be possible to put in obscure glazing windows that wouldn't create overlooking, but make the bottom flat a little bit more friendly.
So the ground floor flat is shown here. That does have windows on all elevations. So you've got windows facing to the front and the rear and to the side, which is towards the tree. It's on the first floor that the windows facing front and rear have been removed in order to protect the privacy of the adjacent neighbours, and therefore the only windows in the flat are facing towards the trees, which would be somewhat of a dark aspect. Your suggestion is that obscure glazing windows could be included on the front and rear. Because the plans here don't show that, we can't ask for sort of windows to be added in this application. That would need to be considered. That would need to be revised plans essentially within this application. We wouldn't be able to condition that, is what I'm saying. So we wouldn't be able to make a decision today if that's something that's essential to your decision.
Councillor Princely.
So I'm just looking at this plan, and I can see that the bin store is behind one of the car parks, but there's a road that runs along the back of this property as well next to the substation. Would it be possible to ask the developer to put the bin store in a position such that it could be accessed by the bin people from the rear road? And that would mean that there would be no problem with the car parking in front of the bin store.
This road here is what you're referring to.
Yes.
That's actually just a footpath, I believe. So you wouldn't be able to get a bin lorry to access a bin store there.
Could you ask the residents to take the bins out of the bin store and move them along the track so that they were then accessible by the council bin lorry at the end of the track? I'm just concerned about the position of the bin store. I just think that could be rethought.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, but with it today we need to make a decision on these plans. So we can't request any changes. We can't make a decision today and request any changes to these plans, is what I'm saying. We would need to defer the application, ask for revised plans that address those points, and reconsider the application at a later stage.
But can I just ask you the question? Do you think it would be practical to do what I've suggested?
I'm guessing from the plans that have been shown here that the intention is for the bin lorry to come into the site and take the bins directly from the bin lorry, therefore not requiring any action by the residents on bin day. If it were located here, as we've discussed, the bin lorry wouldn't be able to get down there, and they would need to be taken out to the highway on bin day, which is something that does happen on some developments. So I think it would be possible, but it would require some management of the bins by the residents, and it would require them not leaving the bins out on the pavement at other times of the week, which does happen sometimes.
Councillor Price.
Thank you, Chair. Just so interesting. You talked about potentially introducing some kind of control for the bays in order to facilitate the exclusive use of the residents only. I would much like to hear how that would be implemented and, more importantly, enforced. I think the situation of having a car parked in front of your bin store is an unacceptable thing to be agreeing to, so we need to solve that. So explain to me, and what cost implications would that have? Is that enforcement for Norwich City Council to undertake? Is that private enforcement?
That would be a private situation. It would be a private site operated by St Martin's Housing Trust. They would need to submit to us some management details of how that arrangement works that we agree to, and then we require them to follow those procedures. So it might be that it might be the case here that there would be no cost to, presumably there would be no cost to the occupiers, but that they would need to sign up to have a permit in their car for registered their registration number on their car, and that's the only car that's allowed to park in those spaces. That's the sort of arrangement we'd be looking to secure by condition if that were the route we took.
Councillor Champion.
Just with relation to the property which is looking northeast and it's only got windows looking into the trees, it strikes me that it's the natural light within that property doesn't really strike me as sufficient. And so I'm wondering, could we ask the developers to put in something like sun tunnels where you have mirrored tubing to allow for greater natural light to be in the premises? Just because it strikes me that it could be quite depressing if you don't have much natural light.
Again, we could do that. That would need revised plans, so we would need to defer the application today and request any changes that the committee feels are necessary, and then come back to committee with revised plans that address those points. That's the procedural way that would have to be dealt with, and yes, that would increase the internal light costs.
Thank you.
Any more questions? No more questions? Okay, so the recommendation is to approve. So I move the recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Thomas. So we can now move into the realm of debate. Does anyone have anything they wish to raise here? Councillor Champion, first of all.
Okay, I'm just going to make a broad point, just firstly. I've been in the planning committee where we've discussed similar properties for similar purpose, which was then used politically in leaflets saying that I was against homeless people.
Excuse me, just a moment. No, you're making a political point here. This is not a political discussion. So you say that if you have any complaints to make about that, I suggest you address it through your various political assistants. This is not a political discussion.
Well, in that matter, then I shall continue. My point being that I feel like I do not feel, in a similar way to previous applications which have been forward, is that if this was, that we might be weighted to vote in favour of this because it is for people in need, which is very important. But I do not feel we should allow anything through that we wouldn't allow if it was under other circumstances, which is how we're meant to be voting. With that in mind, I do not feel that allowing a property like this with insufficient lighting and with issues pertaining to bin storage, I feel that these things need to be revised and brought back to the committee so that the property is in line with what we'd expect from any other property brought towards this committee. I commend that it is for homeless accommodation and that it is fantastic that we're doing this. And my initial point, which I apologise for making, was just because I know this is a loaded topic and I know that whatever I say can be misconstrued. So I want to make it very clear that I support this in principle, but I feel that we should be raising to the same bar that we would expect with any other property of this nature, whoever it is for. If I've made my point clearly, I'll just...
It's not clear at the moment whether you're making a proposal. Are you making a proposal?
My proposal is that I think we should be asking developers to put in sun tunnels to allow for additional light into the property which has got insufficient light. And I think that we should be looking at Councillor Prinsley's comment about the bin store being moved. I think if it was in the north corner of the property, it could have a gate going into the alley, which would allow for easy access to picking up, and that would resolve that issue.
Bit of a wordy proposal, I suppose we should.
The main thing is to defer it just because they want to look at changing the plans.
Right, so in short, is your proposal to defer the application to consider those 2 points you made about light tunnels and bin storage?
Yes.
In brief, right, okay, so that's the proposal on the table. We have to vote on that first of all. So...
yes, you can vote on that if you want to.
Okay, so...
but it needs to be seconded, Chair.
Okay, do you have a seconder?
So, but you can discuss the deferral as well.
Okay. Okay, so we can does anyone have any comments they'd like to make about the potential deferral before we move to a vote? Councillor Sands.
We need it seconded, Chair.
It has been seconded.
It has, thank you, Chair. But thank you. I need to formally record that. Thank you.
Just a question about, and you may know this, Lara, about the trees that are on site that are causing issues. Are they deciduous?
I think they are deciduous.
So they wouldn't cause a light issue during winter when lights are slowest?
No, but there would obviously still be the remnants of the tree.
Branches.
Yeah, it's not going to be a view of the sky. You're going to have something blocking that view still.
No, we talk about lighting rather than view.
Yeah.
So in winter they lose the leaves. Some of them are all bushy again when sun's at its highest, and when sun's at its lowest, there's no tree. bins. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Sorry, can you help me with the procedure here? Are we discussing?
You're
Councillor
discussing the
Champion's
amendment,
proposal?
yes, to defer.
Thank you, yeah.
So that was quite relevant in that
Yes,
the
no,
trees
that's fine.
are an issue with the second floor flat.
I too agree with Councillor Champion. I think we should be building high quality homes, whether they're for homeless people or any other people. I don't think the light levels, I mean, particularly in the bedrooms here, where there's one small window in a bedroom, I don't think that's suitable housing for anyone, to be quite honest with you. We should be building high quality houses in our fine cities so that homeless people, as well as anyone else, can benefit from good quality housing.
Any other comments on this before we move to a vote on the proposal to defer pending exploring light tunnels and changes to the bin storage?
Can I just propose in addition that it's light panels of purely glazed windows? That's an option that's useful, I think. One way or another to increase lighting.
The way I'm interpreting it is that we would need to go away and explore with the applicant options to increase light levels within that flat that's the most affected, and also explore other options for access to the bin store. However that looks, we would bring plans back. One
question from me, if I may, Lara. Regardless of the outcome of this proposed amendment, it is within the realms of possibility that the applicant and the builder, were there no changes, could come back with an amendment at some future date. Is that correct?
So it is your hypothetical situation that we approve the application today and then they come in with an amendment to the plans?
That's a possibility, is that correct?
That is a possibility, yes.
Right, okay, so that's something which the developer and the builder may be very well thinking about at this stage.
Do they just withdraw that motion?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. It's just hanging there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, Councillor Price.
Thanks. In order for me to consider proposals on the table, can the officer confirm whether or not the trees have a TPO on them? And if we are considering additional light, then surely the removal of the trees becomes one of those options if it's not approved today. Is that correct?
The trees do not have TPOs on them, but they are council owned and the council has no intention of felling the trees. The trees, it would have to be a council decision, which is not what the council is about.
Councillor Sands.
Yeah, light tunnels. I have the experience of working in a building with light tunnels. Last year we reached 40 degrees here in summer. The message we've been receiving is this is going to happen again. Where I was working it was 40 degrees, which is actually frustrating. And I have to say, you cooked. So rather than putting a light tunnel in, which does actually heat up as well, which anyone who's experienced one like myself, does make the air around it much warmer, I would say that the people living, if we have high temperatures again, the people living in a flat roof, which has a lot of heat coming down on top of it, would be glad of the shade from those trees. Just saying.
Okay. Councillor Princely.
I just need to have the process slightly cleared up in my head. Can we approve this today, pending some modifications to the plan, like we want them to move bin store, etc.? Or do we have to reject it and ask them to come back with a completely new proposal?
So the motion on the table is not to refuse this application, it's to defer it. So that is that we're not making a decision today. You would be asking officers to explore those two issues that you've identified, to go away and then explore other options for those to address those two issues, and then bring back plans to a later committee that would be again up for consideration. So the application would be undecided.
Can I just point out, we have had situations in the past where plans have been approved, but the builder stroke developer has come back on a subsequent occasion to suggest amendments to positioning of windows and other sorts of things. So, it is within the realms of possibility. So we need to vote on the proposal to defer pending exploration of light tunnels and exploration of changes to bin storage and obscure glazing should we reinsert the windows. So that's what we're voting on at the moment. So those who are in favour of deferral, please show your hands.
And it will be a recorded vote. So those voting in favour of deferral are Councillors Calvert, Champion, Young, Heckner, Thomas and Thomas.
Those against the proposal to defer?
That's 2. Councillor Sue Sands and Councillor Mike Sands.
And I think there's one hand not shown, so any abstentions?
And Councillor Price abstaining. So, Chair, to defer has been carried. So the recommendation, the committee has agreed to defer. Would you like to withdraw your motion to approve?
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to withdraw the motion to approve because quite simply it would fall. And
so the resolution, just to make it clear for everybody watching, is that the application before us has not been determined, but members have resolved to ask that the applicants go away and look at the 2 issues which have been discussed. Okay.
Right, fair enough. So that brings to a close items 4 and 5. I believe we have a scheduled break. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, we now have a scheduled break. I've got no idea what the time is because I turned my phone off.
It is 11:05, so you've got about 25 minutes.
Right, okay, we're going to have a break of about 25 minutes.
Obviously, my apologies for not turning up earlier. Traffic jam, I was in there for about 2 hours. That was very exciting, sitting there watching nothing. But I'm here now, so I'll thank Mike for taking the chair. We now move on to application number 6 on the agenda, 21 Upton Close. But before we do that, I need to declare an interest on item 7, because I was on the licensing committee with Councillor Calvert and Councillor Stokely, who's not here, and I also need to put down a member of camera.
And you haven't got a predetermined.
No predetermined view at all.
Thank you,
So we can ask our planning officer to go through. Daisy, if you want to take us through. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello everybody, I'm Daisy. Pleased to meet you all. This is my first one, so bear with me.
No, you're in trouble, I'll tell you.
Oh, thank you. No, it's good to be here. Yeah, so this application is for the demolition of an existing 2-storey house and garage with the replacement 2-storey dwelling, garage and associated outbuildings at 21 Upton Close in Norwich. The application site sits within a residential area just southwest of the city, and it's just north of Newmarket Road as well. The application site itself is situated at the southern end of Upton Close, and it's at the bottom of where it becomes a cul-de-sac. And there is a little pedestrian sort of walkway here, just in front of the site that links through to Newmarket Road. The main sort of features on the site are the existing dwelling. This is a 2-storey, here we go. So it's an existing 2-storey dwelling, 4 bedrooms, built sort of in the 1950s in a modernist style. So when looking at the street scene, it is very much an unusual addition to the street. Of its time, I think it was very forward-thinking and very original. But as it stands at the minute, it's very different. The main body of the dwelling, as I said, is 2-storey, but there's an L-shaped plan currently where an existing single-storey extension has been created, which comes out to that. Off-road parking for the dwelling is situated to the front, very similar to all the other dwellings along the close, and at present it has a sort of an in and an out driveway. The existing property is of red brick construction, and it features sort of quite sort of modern design window panels. There's sort of glazing fully to the front and to the back. The site includes a generous rear garden, again very similar to most of the properties in the area, but the unusual thing about this site is that it features an additional parcel of land to the rear. So it's accessed through a small gate at the bottom of the sort of the original garden, and then to the rear of the site there is a swimming pool and a sort of a sizable timber shed which houses the plant equipment for the swimming pool. So actually, what I might do is quickly just show you the photos, and then I'll come back to the proposed proposal. So this is looking towards the site, as you can see the dwelling there on the left. It's, yeah, as I said, it's quite iconic in its style. It's just over to the north. So the surrounding area consists of detached houses, sort of general spacing between each houses and to the front and the back. The application site is no different. As I said, it's just the style of the dwelling that sort of stands out from the rest. So these are the houses opposite the application site, a mix of red brick and render. That's the neighbouring property. Quite an established boundary between the two of them. The existing dwelling features an integral garage, which is what you can see there. One thing I will mention later as well, and I'll show it on the plan, the proposed dwelling actually stops stops a lot shorter than the existing dwelling. So there will actually be that sort of reintroduction of spacing between the new dwelling of its boundaries. This is the other side of the dwelling, so this boundary here is shared with the properties that come from Newmarket Road. To the other side of this fence is a swimming pool, the neighbour's swimming pool as well, and this building here serves their plant equipment. Just a photo of the rear of the property. As you can see, it features quite unusual glazing setup, sort of floor to ceiling windows, all single glazed. The building, as it stands, actually is very thermally inefficient. There's very limited insulation in the roof, and there's been sort of problems over the years, from what I understand and what I've read in the sort of the report, that it's leaking, so it would need a complete overhaul. There's no insulation in the external walls or the floor, and the heating system, whilst I think at its time it was quite innovative, it hasn't stood up, to be economical. There was a question around whether the demolition of the property was a sustainable option. I think certainly to sort of retrofit this building, you would have to do a significant amount of work and adjustments to bring it up to date. As I mentioned, all of the windows to the front and back are single glazed. They are all custom made. So to change all of those elements as well, you start to jar with the character of the property. So when I move on to the design, that I will sort of explain why potentially it wasn't a viable option to try and upgrade what's there, and actually to start again new is a more sustainable option. So just looking across to to its closest neighbour, as you can see, they've got quite a substantial two-storey extension at the back. Moving towards the rear garden, so this little section here is the gateway through to the swimming pool. So the rear parcel of land, here we go, lovely swimming pool. And this little building in the corner was where I mentioned the plant equipment is currently being stored. Just another view looking. So that's the existing site. I will go back to the proposal for the new dwelling. I'll just get the drawings up. So the new dwelling that's proposed, it's a 4-bed, 2-storey dwelling. So very similar in terms of what it offers to the existing dwelling and its the neighbouring properties. The difference is this one has a roof. It has a hipped roof opposed to a flat roof. So actually, in terms of the design of the new dwelling, it's very much it relates a lot better to the dwellings surrounding it and the wider area. The materials that are proposed for the new dwelling, it will be a brick-built construction. It will feature elements of render, and certain elevations are picked out and will feature natural cedar cladding. So the balance of the two, I certainly think will provide a modern aesthetic in the area. The scale of the building and the proportions will relate well to the neighbours. The introduction of the cedar cladding we feel is a welcome addition. The site is quite heavily wooded, as you saw. There's established boundaries, there's some lovely trees on site which are going to be retained. So having that warmer cladding on sections of the building, opposed to it just being rendered, we think will tie in nicely with what's going on around the site. Probably a couple of notable things. So the footprint of the new dwelling, I don't know if I can zoom in. There is a red dotted line here which shows the comparison of the existing footprint versus the new footprint. So as I mentioned, the new dwelling is actually going to it isn't going to stretch across the site as much as the existing dwelling. So we're actually sort of reintroducing those gaps either side of the dwelling that are quite characteristic of a lot of the neighbouring properties, giving that feeling of space around the new dwelling. The sort of aesthetics of the dwelling, the consideration in terms of amenity on existing occupants and sort of future occupants have been really well considered. So when we look at the side elevations, especially at the second floor, very few windows that will look across to neighbouring properties. The ones that you can see here, which are the only two, they both serve bathrooms, and a condition has been recommended that they are obscured, they have obscured glazing just to avoid any sort of overlooking and privacy impacts. One of the things to mention about the newer design is the introduction of the double garage to the front of the property. So, as you can see, the sort of existing building line of the street sort of stops here. There was a discussion around whether a double garage sort of further forward of that building line was acceptable. When considering the location of the site at the end of the cul-de-sac, the views you have when you enter the site, until you're actually at the site, you don't really see what's going on. You know, there's a very well established boundary here. Also, just here, I can show the photo again if you like, there is an existing double garage which serves a neighbouring property. So when we're considering what this double garage will look like in relation to what's next to it, it won't look out of place, and as such the impact sort of on the street scene I felt was very was limited and actually at a quite acceptable level. In terms of sort of comments that have been put forward for the scheme, just to summarise those. In fact, we had 8 letters of representation, and I'm pretty sure most of them, well, all of them, if not most of them, were really supportive of the design of the new dwelling, and they felt that this would definitely improve what's there. I think what has been there has become a bit of an eyesore. It's become quite dilapidated. It hasn't been lived in for quite a long time. So the introduction of a house that would respond much better, in terms of its scale and its form and its design, was a welcome addition to the street, which we agree. The concerns that have been raised are largely over the swimming pool, actually. So what we'll do is, if I just move on to the outbuildings, this is the second part of the scheme. So the introduction of outbuildings that will serve the swimming pool. So a nice summer house and a garden room and a sort of tool shed to store garden machinery and pool plant equipment is proposed, and it's linked to the swimming pool by an outdoor terrace. So just in terms of the design, it's to be single storey with pitched roof on the tool shed. The materials will match what they're proposing on the existing, so a light coloured render with elements of natural cedar cladding. They have also included solar panels to the roof of the summer house as well. As I said, the majority of the concerns that come forward were over the use of that building, so concerns that it could be separated and used as its own residential unit. I have included a condition, a standard annex condition, to say that it can't be separated from the main dwelling. You know, it has to be used in conjunction with the main dwelling. So unless they would have to apply for a separate permission if they wanted to use that as a standalone residential unit. Concerns were raised about the noise impacts from the swimming pool, and the introduction of a summer house and a party house, I think was mentioned. I'm not sure, sorry, I don't have the picture, but when looking on Google Maps, a number of houses within the area feature swimming pools. So this is not a use that's going to be a new use to the area. And as I mentioned, the neighbouring property on Newmarket Road, its swimming pool comes right up to the boundary there. So when thinking about sort of use of the swimming pool and the noise generated from that, considering it will be private use, it wasn't deemed to be, you know, an acceptable use in that location. The other main objection with the scheme was the garage to the front of the property. So this is probably the better picture to show. So the garage will sort of come forward here. So concerns from this neighbour in particular were the outlook, so from their garden looking onto the garage, and concerns over overshadowing. The orientation of the site is such that, if anything, the garage will overshadow the driveway of the dwelling, of its own dwelling, not the neighbouring garden. So I'm satisfied that there isn't going to be an impact there in terms of overshadowing on that neighbour. The garage is also single storey with a pitched roof. The lowest side of the pitched roof will be up against that boundary, so they have carefully considered where the lowest point of the roof is going to be. Although the garage will be visible from their garden, you know, it is at the end of their garden. They already have an existing outbuilding there, as you can see. So in terms of an additional element there, although it will be visible, it's not a strong enough argument for us to not deem it acceptable. If I'm saying that right. Yeah. So although it's visible to the neighbour, you know, the impact on their amenity, we've sort of bottomed it out, but actually it wasn't going to cause a significant level of overshadowing outlook, you know, and all of those other factors. I think that was really all the objections. Moving on to So moving on to my recommendation. My recommendation is for approval with some conditions. So standard time limit, and obviously in accordance with the plans. An arboricultural assessment was included, so any works to the trees will have to be done in accordance with the assessment. As I mentioned, the annex condition will be applied just to make sure that the pool house isn't separated or used as a separate residential unit. I have also added a condition to ensure that the second floor windows are obscure glazed, just to minimise any sort of overlooking and privacy issues with the neighbours. We've also been able to add a condition, a water efficiency condition, because it's a new building. So so it's the code 4 sustainable condition to ensure that water consumption doesn't exceed, it's 110 litres a day.
125.
110. And finally, the other thing to note, actually, the proposal, I'll just go back to the plan. So it does actually include quite a lot of car parking space to the front, and the requirement for a site in this location is to provide 1 car parking space as a minimum, or a maximum of 2. So we felt that actually this was quite an excessive amount of car parking, and especially as we're trying to move to, you know, encouraging sustainable means of travel, especially when you're so close to the city, we decided to, we've added a landscaping condition to ensure that they submit details of a landscaping plan to sort of remove some of the hard surfacing to the front, so we can introduce softer landscaping and not give priority to, you know, having six cars there, when actually there'll be plenty of space within the garage to, you know, to serve 1 or 2 cars. That can be submitted after the application, and that will obviously be agreed separately once we're happy with what they provide on that front. I've talked for a long time now, so.
Good.
So, yeah,
Thank
hopefully
you.
it's okay.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to questions. I've just got a couple first.
Okay, yeah.
One, can you tell me why there's no solar panels going to be put on the main house where there's going to be some put on the outbuildings near the swimming pool? And also, what kind of heating are they going to have? Are they going to have a heat source, underground heating, or
Yeah.
gas boiler, or anything like that? Did you find out?
I did. I spoke to the applicant yesterday.
Thank you.
So in terms of the solar panels, so whilst we wouldn't require them to put them on the main dwelling or on the outbuildings, that's something they want to do initially. The main house will be heated via what's there already, so via the gas mains and electricity. I did ask whether they'd considered an air source or a ground source, but they felt that using what was there was the best thing. And in terms of insulating the house, because it will be effectively a new build, they would make sure that it was very well insulated and built in that sense as well.
Okay. Councillor Calvert.
To follow up on your point, actually, within policy, can we require different heating? Because it seems, frankly, anachronistic that they would install. I mean, gas isn't already there any more than there's a pipe under the ground.
I see, yeah.
I mean, it's not there, is it, to demolishing the building? Can we require them to have something different?
I think when it's under 10 dwellings, we can't, as it stands, because that question was asked yesterday. We discussed that as well, and hence why I went back and asked the question, because actually sometimes asking the question can also lead to them considering something else. Whilst we can't enforce it, I certainly put forward that question, that suggestion. But as it stands, that's what they're planning to do at the minute. As I said, I think it's encouraging they are introducing an element of renewables. Actually, one thing I did meant to say as well, I don't think they require this, but they have specified that they're going to put electric car charging points in as well. So there's a few elements there that they've included that again we can possibly specify, but they've included if they're in that as well.
Councillor Champion.
I just wanted to ask specifically if there's been any discussion around biodiversity enhancements. If it's a new build, it would be ideally suited to putting in Swift bricks into the build.
Yeah.
Have any of these things been in discussion?
Yeah. So so they were required to have a full ecological survey report, and fortunately that found that any of the works proposed wouldn't cause a level of harm to sort of biodiversity that was there at the minute. I do have it here, sorry, bear with me. Can we reply something? Yeah.
We've had an ecology survey done, which concluded that there were no protected species using the site, and that the demolition of the building wouldn't cause disturbance to any protected species as a result, which is good. The ecology survey then went on to recommend. The ecology surveys always have recommendations at the end of them. In this case, the recommendation was that there was nothing that needed to be done, essentially, and that there were no protected species being harmed and no enhancements or mitigation were necessary. We followed the recommendation there and haven't included a condition that involves any biodiversity enhancements. In a few months, biodiversity net gain will become a requirement on all applications, and we will be able to require net gain in all circumstances, which will mean that even in this case where there's no disturbance to protected species, they have to go above and beyond and enhance the site, which will change how we deal with this issue. But at the moment, that's
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah.
So, can we ask for the applicant to consider adding in certain biodiversity enhancements in their build, not as a requirement, but as a request, such as Swift bricks, hedgehog gaps in the fencing, and native species being planted, for instance.
Yeah, we could absolutely suggest that to the applicant in the same way that we've done with renewable energy.
Yeah, I brought all that up pre-meeting. Councillor Ackroyd?
Yes, thank you very much. There was a question about the outbuildings, which I know from reading the notes has been, and you have just said. And you said that it couldn't become a separate dwelling. I understand that. Could it be used for overnight accommodation, for B&B, that kind of thing, is my question. Thank you.
Thank you. So the condition as it stands, no, in a sense, so no, they wouldn't. They would have to apply for another permission to do that. If one of the applicants fell asleep out there after a hard day at pool, that's a different situation because it's relating to the dwelling house and what happens there. But certainly no, for it to be used as anything not related to the dwelling house, as a sort of an overspill, or as a summer house, it would need another application.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'll come back to you, Liam. Councillor Prinsley.
I may have missed this, but is the heating system for the swimming pool a gas boiler?
Not sure.
It's not, that's already there, so that's not on the plans.
Yeah, so, because from what I've understood from the applicant, the existing swimming pool plant is all in this timber outbuilding. They have made provision within the new building to move the plant equipment, but it will be a bit of a gradual process. There's quite a lot that needs to be done to the swimming pool. So I think whatever is there at the minute will have to be upgraded and relocated. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think they're sure on timescales of when they're doing that yet either.
So just as a follow-up, if that were to be moved, it sounds like it needs to be rejigged, could we make a suggestion that it's not a gas boiler and it has some sort of more ecologically satisfactory system?
We could recommend a saltwater pool.
Well, that's not part of the planning committee today, so I don't think we can ask them to do that because it's not in there.
The swimming pool is existing.
Yeah.
The pool plant is being moved, but it's not. It's certainly not something we can insist upon. Again, we can absolutely send an email to the applicant after this meeting with a series of suggestions that the committee has made, but it's not something that we'd ever be able to enforce or monitor or anything like that.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
So I know this street and this building. Actually, this building, depending on your taste, is a rather precious, architecturally perfect example of its type from, I think, about 1950. And I think it's a great shame that it's been allowed to fall into dilapidation such that somebody's considering demolishing it. Does anybody ever know whether anybody tried to list this building locally?
No, I haven't. And sort of searching the planning history, I couldn't see any sort of inquiries as to whether that would have been done. There was nothing, no planning history in that sense, or sort of inquiries.
Because it's a unique example of a rather well.
That's more of a comment than a question.
Yeah.
If I spoke about the building, you might get a different perspective. Councillor Push.
Thank you, Chair. So just to come in, two basic questions. Effectively, can the committee grant the building of the house without the outhouses, the summer house type building?
One application.
Okay, fine. So I just wanted officers to reply. I mean, obviously there's objections that have come in, so they could have decided to split the thing at that point rather than lose the house, potentially. And just to clarify, the agreement for these outbuildings is outbuildings to supply space for future use of a gas boiler in that, which would create emissions that could impact the other neighbours. Yeah, so when we're granting it, they have the option to move that thing, and so that will be recycling. So although it's not in the application, it is potentially creating a building for that exhaust view. Yeah?
We don't know. I don't think we have any details on how on any plant that's going to be going into that building, and we don't need those details essentially under planning. Anyone can install a gas boiler at any time without planning permission. So by granting this planning permission, you're not giving rise to any more likelihood of a gas boiler than you are than we're at risk of all the time. You know,
And there's no regulation about distance from houses or anything?
not with gas boilers, no.
Thank you.
Anna?
Thank you. I have a question about the water efficiency plans. And I was just confused because there's two numbers, 125 liters and 110 liters. I was wondering which one applies in which circumstances. And I also was wondering how this can ever be enforced. And whether with a swimming pool that is likely to be exceeded.
Yes, so yeah, you're right. There is two numbers when you read through the sort of guidance on that. So it's 110.
It's 110
for this application. Yeah, for this one.
If there's a mistake somewhere, that's a mistake. 125 is not correct. Sorry about that.
Yeah, cool. Check to see what I put
That's
down.
number 53 on the report.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I will double check that. Apologies if that's correct.
So the second part of the question was about enforceability and whether with the swimming pool they are likely to stay in the
So the water efficiency condition is not something where they need to come in with details of that at a later date. It is something where we are requiring them to put fittings in place and there are calculations you can do to work out the flow rate of different fittings within a house and the number of people that live there, and therefore the number of litres that are likely to be used per day. There's a standard calculation that you can do to work that out. It wouldn't include the swimming pool, and as we've said, the swimming pool already exists, so clearly the swimming pool's going to use additional water, but it's about the house. It's about the house and the fittings within it.
Councillor Sands, Sue?
We have the photo in the back that shows the photo of the actual house and the next door neighbour who has an objection to loss of. That one?
Yeah.
Okay, from my understanding, and I haven't get to a question check, my understanding the fence that belongs to the house that sort of side onto it, that's the people that are objecting to noise or something, was it?
They were, yeah. Sorry. They were concerned about the garage.
Oh, the garage, yeah. So that fence, that's their fence, and when we look at the drawing of it, it looks like there's greenery pretty much around the boundary of the existing house.
Yeah.
Those large trees, I'm assuming, are in the garden of the people who are objecting to the garage?
Yes, that's in the neighbour's.
Okay, and the garage is single story? Yes. Which is shorter than those trees. Oh, thank you.
There's a swimming pool behind that brick wall. Councillor Calvert, and then Councillor Champion, and Councillor Ackroyd again. No, you didn't. Okay.
I'd like to ask you questions about the car parking. Sorry, a small series of questions, if you don't mind, Chair. I want to follow.
Okay.
Is it? Sorry, I'm just looking at the.
Back?
Yeah, that'd be lovely. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm just looking at Annex 3C3 housing parking maximums, and we have it down as 2 parking space maximum.
Two maximum.
And although is this in an accessible location? It's next to Newmarket Road, which has a regular bus service.
Yes, exactly.
Is it in the accessible area? Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And that was I think that was the conversation we had about the level that they proposed as well.
So am I right in thinking that is 1.1 1/3 parking spaces per dwelling?
I'm not sure. Sorry, what I had gathered was a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 2.
But even if we are looking at something that's of 1 point something, then I think in this location 2 is going to be acceptable. Nevertheless, the existing house has far more than 2 parking spaces anyway, so whatever we do here to reduce that parking space availability is a benefit. And it's a bit debatable whether we can control the car parking on the site, given that it's already got so much car parking. We are trying to do that in the interests of maintaining the street scene and also reducing the reliance on the private car.
Okay, thank you. I mean, whether it's 1 1/3 because it's near a bus stop, or whether it's 2, the plan would seem to indicate a very significantly higher number than 2 in this situation. So we've got 2 in the garage, we've got 2 illustrated on what looks like space for...
That sounds like a comment to me and not a question.
And the question is this policy acceptable? Is this acceptable within policy?
Again, so this was one of the main issues we had. So what we have discussed with the applicant and what we have recommended as a condition is that they provide us with a landscaping plan and details over that front section, because as it stands, it's acceptable in principle, but the condition will ensure that they have to provide us with landscaping that seeks to do exactly what you're saying, to reduce the level of car parking at the front, because we feel it's excessive.
So, would that reduce it to 2? Because 2 is the maximum, right?
That's what, yeah.
And you've got 2 in the garage, so would that be no parking outside of the garage? I'm confused as to how that would work.
Yeah.
I'm confused if you put a condition in saying 2 cars, how are you going to enforce it?
It's our policy, Chair.
Yes, I never said that. Are you going to have someone sitting around there every day waiting to see who's going?
So we would expect there to be some turning space on the on the site. So it's likely that you're going to have 2 parking spaces in the garage and a small amount of cars standing outside that would allow people to drive out in a forward gear. And it's essentially the strip down the left-hand side of the property that we would hope would no longer be hard standing and would have some form of soft landscaping on it.
Is that a hope, or is that something we can require?
So we will be agreeing conditions. We will be agreeing details via condition, and that is our reason for applying the condition. And any future plans that come in, that's what we would be expecting to see, and that's what we'll be approving.
Thank you. So just one more really quick one on this one. It appears they intend to install vehicular access gates to the rear of the property. Is that something we are generally happy with? Some of the concerns have been around whether this would be used for purposes such as Airbnb or commercial use of the pool. From the plan, it looks an awful lot like they're planning a large amount of vehicular access to the site. Again, is that something we're concerned about?
There have been sort of comments referring to that as well, sort of, as you say, is it linking access to the rear of the site? Again, it's a discussion we had. Obviously, if they did want to propose something on the rear parcel of the site, they would have to come back in with a separate application for that. As it stands, it's a house with a set of side gates, so it's difficult to, we have to kind of take it on how it is at the minute. Equally, we do have policies that allow new development within residential gardens, subdivisions of gardens. So I'm not saying that this would be acceptable, but if another application was to come in, we would assess it in line with our policies in that way. But as it stands, we are taking this one on face value. The idea of a set of access gates to a rear garden, I don't feel is unacceptable in a large detached dwelling when ultimately they probably, they're wanting to store machinery in the garden. They're probably going to have to have a ride on lawnmower, so I don't feel, I can understand the concern, but regarding this application, it's acceptable in terms of what they've proposed and what they're saying it's for. Sorry, that sort of answers your question.
It does answer my question, thank you.
Councillor Chen.
So, just for clarity, we don't, so my question is basically, what we've got to do is we're voting on something on the assumption that you're then going to be following through, having a discussion about the parking, the biodiversity, the energy efficiency. And I'm just a little confused as to why it doesn't feel like a complete application in such case. And so my question is, why have we're not voting on a complete application, we're voting on an application which is going to be completed. Is that correct?
Good question, and I can see where that's come from. So in terms of the sort of recommendations for the energy and biodiversity, as Laura said, as it stands, what they've proposed is acceptable and in line with policies. Anything further to that is something that the applicant may be on board with doing, but certainly from our point of view, what they have proposed is as much as we would expect them to propose. In terms of the landscaping condition at the front, that is probably the element that is still to be confirmed. There was a discussion with the applicant as to whether, we could wait and they could submit the landscaping details before, and obviously this could go to a later committee, or, as is the case with a lot of other applications, something can go to be determined and then we just discharge the conditions at a later date. And it was felt that because this is an application not held up by nutrients, because it's a replacement dwelling, actually the interest of moving the project forward and not sort of delaying the application unnecessarily, those details could be submitted at a later date. And we will go through that and discharge them when we receive them, and the applicant is on board and happy with that.
The other thing to note is that with any condition, we have a condition with what they're required to do and a reason. And in this case, I would propose that the reason is not simply about landscaping for design reasons, it's also about limiting the available space for the parking of cars. And as such, when we come to discharge that condition, we have to look at the condition and the reason together. And that sort of focuses our mind. It makes it clear for anyone that, if Daisy and I aren't around, they'll know that the reason that condition has been applied is because of the intention to reduce the amount of car parking space available, and they will consider the details that have been submitted with that in mind.
Can I just respond? So, just for clarity, under the garage, why doesn't it just go straight onto the road, get rid of all the hard standing, and then you've negated the entire problem? They've got 2 parking spaces, and you've reduced the amount of surface runoff during flash flood events. It strikes me that they don't need any of that hard standing if they're not going to have more than 2 cars, which is what policy is. So I'm just concerned or confused as to why this hasn't been simply resolved by changing the direction of access to the garage, thus negating this entire discussion and enabling them to fulfil policy. And how come we're asking them politely to fulfil policy when we can just sort of go, just don't do the hard standing?
I mean, we are limited to some extent in how much weight we can put on this issue, because the existing house has an in and out driveway with parking for loads and loads of cars, and as do many in this location. It is not an unusual situation where they've got the whole and a garage for 2 cars. So we're looking at whatever we agree by this condition, we are going to be reducing the amount of car parking space available on the site, which is a benefit. And they could keep this house, they could do it up, and they would have all of that hard standing available to them. That's the alternative option, and we feel that we have the ability to make a slight improvement to that, which we should grab that opportunity. But there is only so much we can do in that regard, because we're not looking at an additional dwelling, we're looking at a replacement dwelling.
Right, Councillor Ackroyd, and then I'm going to move on to discussions. I think.
I think, in fact, Councillor Champion, you've asked my questions, so thank you. At some point, I have a comment, but when you're
Well,
into
I'll move the recommendation is to approve, and I'll move that. Seconded.
Yep.
Thank you. Now on to discussion. Councillor Ackroyd.
Yeah, I just want to make the comment that it's interesting looking at the fact that the footprint of the building has been moved, which now accommodates what could be a drive in the future, looking at what's happened to a lot of the houses around there. And also, we've talked about the fact only 2 parking spaces. Nothing prevents anybody from going through those gates and parking. But I am interested, probably not relevant now, but I am interested in the creation of what is a drive by moving the footprint of the building. That's the only comment I want to make. Thank you.
Councillor Prinsley.
I mean, Councillor Ackroyd is dead right. If you go around that district of Norwich, there are loads and loads of properties where large rear gardens have been turned into additional properties. And if that house was moved as it is planned to move slightly to one side, thus creating a driveway down to the place where the garden, visible garden was moved, you could put a house, a substantial house in that land, creating another dwelling, selling off that piece of land as a completely separate entity. And if you don't move the house, you can't do that. And I'm pretty sure that the people who put this plan together must have had that in their minds when they moved the house.
Okay, I just wondered, I mean, why would you spend all that money on a swimming pool, the outhouse, the concrete, get everything done in the back, and then build a house? And we can't speculate what's going to happen anyway.
We're considering the application
Yeah.
before us.
Councillor Sands first.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, if I was building this house, I would have positioned it in a similar manner, simply to allow access to the rear for landscaping. The last house I built many years ago back in Australia, I positioned the house in a very, very similar way, so I could get a 20-ton truck around the back garden to drive around and then drive forwards out, dropping a load of loam, because all we had were very, very heavy clay soils. So I can sort of see the rationale there. And also, if you're looking at any kind of pool maintenance, you might need a vehicle to sort of be able to get up there to access the pool. And as far as pool heating goes, I mean, we can't anticipate that they're going to heat the pool at all. All the plant room requires is filtration and pump. We're speculating whether or not they would have any kind of heating there at all. And in any case, if you use a solar blanket, as we know from experience, very, very effective in heating pools, just using solar power. In fact, sometimes it got too hot. No, I think the application stands on its own merits. I think it's a good application, good use of land, and I like the fact that they, instead of demolishing the swimming pool, they're going to recommission the swimming pool and put some additional amenities there to make it of use. And I would imagine that the solar panels there will go a long way to powering the pumps and filters.
Councillor Calvert.
I don't think this, as submitted, is policy compliant when it comes to parking. We have a policy, we should enforce the policy. There's absolutely no point having a policy if we're just not going to follow it. We could adequately have, as Councillor Champion pointed out, there's absolutely no reason why the 2 vehicle limit could not be in the garage directly onto the highway, rather than a large surfaced area which is bad for drainage and non-policy compliant. I'm indicating my intention to put a motion to defer, but I won't put it yet. I will let everyone discuss first.
Anyone else? Councillor Champion.
Sorry, it's a curveball, but I have to say it. In July, there was a hedgehog that got trapped in Wensum pool in Wensum Park, and I'm just wondering, is there any mitigation in the building pools? I know nothing about this, but is there like areas like when they're building pools, is there any biodiversity sort of mitigation put in place? So, for instance, if an animal gets trapped in, there's like a step to allow them to get out, or a slope, or a, is that, or am I just discussing abstracts beyond all our knowledge?
I don't know that. I love that concept.
I'm sure that is possible, and that is something that is encouraged in ponds or any bodies of water. But this is not a new pool. The pool is there and it's not being amended or anything. There's just some buildings being built next to it, so we wouldn't be able to require that in this case. But I think it is something that can happen.
We could mention it.
We could mention it in our long email.
You could just say, Mr. Champion's worried about the hedgehogs.
You've got the hedgehog though.
Yeah.
We do need to remind them they're looking at the
Yeah.
application in front of them.
Yeah, we are looking at the application. I mean, we'll ask for a hedgehog things in fences as well. You put them in, they're going to go next door and go into their swimming pool and drown.
Well, then they need to
So,
do the same thing.
so we've got to watch how far we go on put measures in. And
You and me will leaflet the neighbour talk about hedgehog safety in pools.
That would take me too long to leave for that. The gardens are so long, unbelievable. Councillor Trent.
Remember we've got another item.
Yeah.
Just in relation to the garage, if the garage was to be realigned so they opened onto the street, we are then going to provide obstructions to the garage which already opens onto the street. So you would raise a whole series of objections, legitimate objections, from the neighbour and their existing garage. I cannot see any problems with the garage as it is. It provides possibly parking for 2 cars, but equally it could be someone's workshop where there's no saying it has to be used as a garage. It could be a workshop, hobby room, anything they want to put it through. I mean, research suggests that very few garages are in fact used as garages. So we should be looking at the plan we've got at the moment, which suggests that there is going to be some limited parking space at the front, and that's it.
Councillor Colbert.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. You're suggesting that the applicant is being disingenuous with their application. Is that your suggestion?
Not
They've
at
written
all.
double garage and put 2 cars in it.
No. I mean, it's a double garage, can be used for whatever purpose. I could put a pool table in there if they want. But if we realign the garage so it opens directly onto the hammerhead there, you are going to provide obstructions to the existing garage of the neighbours' sort of right angles to that property.
Okay, I'll try to move this on a bit. I'll just say my bit. I'm going to vote in favour of this. I think the garage is okay. It's at the end of it close. There's no houses next door to it. They're on a different road completely, so you can't drive through to them. So the last place you get is this bungalow, which is a house which is going to be built. So I should definitely be voting in favour. Any other comments who haven't spoke?
I would like to propose a motion.
You can do. Yeah.
I propose that we defer subject to landscaping and compliance with our parking policy.
Thank you. Any second for that?
Can I just remind members though that there is a condition there for landscaping?
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
And so you've already got a condition there.
To look at the landscape
members
and
have-
stuff.
Which officers have advised you that they will look at?
I maintain my proposal.
Yeah. There's no one seconding the motion, so we'll move on to
So
the.
what was the proposal then? To
defer.
To look at the garage.
Yes.
Okay.
But there's no second to
There's
say
no
that.
second, it's that fails. Well, we'll move on to the vote. All those in favour of the planning, that's which is written out in the, and a couple of emails and phone calls which we're going to make to the employee. All those in favour, please show.
Right,
Thank
it's a
you.
recorded vote, so that is Councillors Driver, Councillor Sands, Councillor Ackroyd, Councillor Champion, Councillor Princely, Councillor Price, Councillor Peake, Councillor Sands, Councillors Young, Councillors Herkner, Councillor Thomas Vivian and Thomas Vaughan.
So the application's been approved. Thank you
Well,
very
no,
much.
we've got Councillor Calvert's not yet voted.
Oh,
Yeah, I know.
oh yeah. All those against, please show. Thank you.
Against, did you want me to record the reason that you're voting against because of your
As per
concern
the
about
motion.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Viv.
We've got, 1 item.
Well, we've got one item left. I know that one went on for a fair while. Do anyone want 10 minutes or not? Okay, we'll have a break for 10 minutes.
Because I've got new people to let in.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
No,
two, well, we've got one speaker.
Yeah.
But we've also got a lady couldn't attend and she's given some written response.
Okay, wicked.
Margaret, so could he read that out first and then do his?
Yeah, no problem. Or you want me to?
We have a colleague who could read that out for you. Margaret statement.
It's less a statement, more of a text messages for me.
Okay. Well, we'll make it move in. This is from the application 152A Oldbank Road. Change the use from Class E to a public house bar service unit and erection of a cooling unit outside. If we can ask our planning officer in the tent, I'm going to get this wrong. No, yeah. To go through the planning application. Thank you.
So the application that we have is for the change of use on Anthony Road to a bar which is 3 doors and installing a cooling unit. The application site is located on Anthony Road and the unit of the property is a ground floor commercial unit and it has a basement as well. The unit is on an end of terrace building located at the corner of Anthony Road and Only Street. The property is commercial with a modern shop front and there is a small front garden and at the rear the property was converted into a residential use in 2018 and the first floor of the site is currently in residential use and the ground floor commercial unit is currently a vacant retail unit. This is an image of the site. Here is the first floor residential accommodation. This is the commercial unit in retail use at the moment. And then at the back here, we've got another residential property. And to the side, there's an adjoining terraced residential property as well. So currently, this is the existing site plan. The site was previously operating as an unlawful bar. So this is the front facing Anthony Road, and then here's the side we've got Only Street. So the proposal, during the application, we received a number of objections for the proposed change of use, and most of the objections were mostly to do with concern about noise and antisocial behaviour, and also there was some concerns about the fact that there's already quite a few other bars and pubs on Anthony Road, and this would potentially increase competition, and bars are potentially changing the character of Anthony Road. And also, we also had some letters of support for the application. We had more letters of support and did objections. People were mostly mentioning the fact that this could be a potential new community hub for people to come and socialise. And also there'll be jobs being provided by this being used. And also it'd be bringing a different offering to Anthony Road compared to some of the other current bars and pubs in the area. So the plans here, this is the proposed site plan and elevations. So here you can see that this is the front garden / sitting area that was proposed. And within this front garden, front area, there would be a number of different elements which would sit within this area. First of all, there would be a bin store for storing the bins for the site on here within the front garden, and they would also be providing a cooling unit, a bike stand as well. And so I'll show you a picture of this. This is the existing front garden to the property. The proposed cooling unit would sit here, just next to the boundary with the neighbouring residential property at 152 Anthony Road. And then here, the proposal would be for a bin store, which would be completely covered with a timber bin shed. And then here, there would also be a bike stand to encourage members of the public or staff to cycle in. And this site would be bordered by a timber picket fence. The front garden is the only external space that this site has, so everything kind of has to be located within this space. So in order to help reduce the visual amenity of Unthank Road, this is currently what the site looks like. The proposal seeks to have a bordered picket fence which measure roughly around 900 millimeters along the front here, and then with the neighbouring property here, there will be a timber fence, and this would be not 1.8 meters tall, and this would also have an additional benefit of acting as a noise insulator to reduce the noise from the air cooling unit, the cooling unit which would be located here. The proposed picket fence would go all the way around the property bordering it, and there would also be a metal gate around here for access into the site. The proposed picket fence has an additional benefit of being another security measure. So when the bar has closed down, the picket fence is a reasonable length and is fairly high, so people would not be able to access the site, and also it would be keeping the site secure outside of opening hours. And also we've got the bins here, which would be completely covered by the fence, as well as the bin store, so they would not at all be visible when you're walking along Unthank Road. You wouldn't see that there are bins there. And the bins would be householder sized, and these 2 bins would be proposed, and they would be collected weekly. And in addition to that, it's also worth noting that the bar is not serving hot food, so it would be mostly cans and like bottles, and there'll be snacks being served by the bar, but there wouldn't be any hot food rubbish, with the bins being there in the same area, that's the sitting area. And in assessing this application, there was a number of different things that we had to consider, and one of them was noise. And one of the ways that noise has been addressed was by installing the timber fence between the neighbouring property 152 and the site, which is 152A. And this also acts as a noise insulator, and also we have the cooling unit, which is here, that is going to be completely covered. So having that additional covering on the cooling unit kind of also has some additional benefit of keeping the noise down as well. And the proposal is for the cooling unit to only run between 7 AM and 11 PM. And so we shut off during the evening, reducing the noise for the adjoining residential property. The site included, the application included a noise impact assessment, and in this assessment it highlighted that sound from the cooling unit would actually be below the prevailing background noise, which is currently mostly from vehicles along Unthank Road, and also just across this site on Only Street, we've got a co-op there, and they've got existing plant and equipment out there, which also is part of the background noise, so the cooling unit would not be creating any additional noise that's above the existing background noise levels. So technically there isn't any increase in noise because of this. And also one of the other concerns raised was to do with noise from the visitors of the pub to and from, and music that would be played within the pub. The bar proposed to have background music playing, and this would be playing at lower levels, and this would have some impact on the residential properties, but it's not going to be significantly harmful to them, especially with the first floor accommodation above the commercial unit and the adjoining terrace properties, where we've got living accommodation that are directly adjoined to the main bar area. The proposal seeks to install a surface-mounted sound system with small speakers, and to make sure that the sound system is not going to be a nuisance for the adjoining properties, we have proposed for a noise limiting device to be installed. So this will help with controlling the levels of the music and making sure that the music is kept low, so that it's not going to be disturbing the residential properties. So what is being proposed here is an electrical noise limiting device, and this would have the purpose of alerting staff members and members of the public if the noise is too loud. So the system that they're proposing is a traffic light system. So behind the bar, there would be like a traffic light system installed there, and this will then allow the staff members to see if the noise is too loud. So the light would go red if the music is too loud, and if it's green, that means that's an acceptable level, and above it's getting a little bit loud. So once the light then goes red, the members of staff will then be able to immediately respond and make sure that the music is turned down a little bit and maintained at the acceptable lower levels. And also, we've had to kind of address noise from the outside sitting area. This is going to be one of the main areas where people would sit out and talk. And this would have an impact on the residential properties, especially if they've got windows open in summer and those kind of things. So what we have proposed is for the outdoor sitting area to be closed off by 10, 11 p.m. So no members of the public would be able to go to use that sitting area. So that would just be limiting people to only be inside, which would reduce the noise from outside on the street. And well, we've also got a noise management plan that would be in place, and that would include having signage around the site and for members of the public to kind of encourage them to be, mindful of the fact that they have residential properties around, so they have to try to keep noise to a minimum. And also there'll be signage which would include details of bar management. So if one of the residents did have any concerns about noise or anything else, they would be able to contact the bar management directly and have those concerns recorded, and then the management will then address those issues to resolve any potential issues and that the neighbours are experiencing. And also one of the other concerns was to do with deliveries for the bar. The bar would be serviced from Only Street, and we have proposed that there should be a condition that the deliveries and waste collections are only done between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. 7 p.m. and not outside of those hours, because this seems to be a reasonable time that it wouldn't be completely unacceptable for the neighbouring properties, and also considering the co-op, which is opposite the site, also has a similar delivery arrangement. So this is something that they're already quite used to, having deliveries being done in the morning and having that's also part of the existing background noise. So the additional deliveries to the bar is not going to be significantly changing what's already currently happening at the site. And so overall, I think that the site is in a sustainable location. It's on Tank Road, which can be easily accessed by bus. This is the main bus route, and there is a bus stop immediately outside of the site, so it would be quite easy to get the bus to and from, and there wouldn't be any demand on parking in the area, so it's quite a good location for it. And so overall, the recommendation is to approve this application subject to a number of different conditions for limiting the delivery hours between 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and also for ensuring that there's a cycle stand installed to encourage sustainable ways of transport, and also for the noise management plans to be fully implemented, and the noise limiting device also ensuring that that's fully implemented, and we would also condition for the sitting area to be closed off between 11 p.m. to 12 p.m. on any day. So the members of the public that would be sitting outside, they would get like notice, like 20 minutes or so before the area is closed off. So it's managing the amount of people on the site during the late hours. And the opening hours as well, we've conditioned to limit those between 12 noon to midnight on the Mondays to Thursdays, and also on the Fridays limiting that to 1 a.m. and on the Sundays and bank holidays limiting that to 11:30. And overall we think that the general impact of the bar is not going to be significantly harmful to any of the residential properties, and given that the noise that would be produced is not going to be higher than the existing background noise, and the fact that the bar would be managed in such a way that is considerate for the residential properties and allows there to be a positive relationship with the residents, and the bar management within that the bar can be operated in such a way that it's not resulting in significant harm for any of the residential properties that are around the site.
Okay, brilliant. And the recommendation is to approve?
Yeah.
Thank you. Questions, anyone?
We've got
Councillor-
speakers.
Oh, we've got
John,
speakers,
please.
don't we? You keep showing it there.
We've got
If our first one is,
Jake Amy's, and he's reading on behalf of his neighbour Margaret first, so
Thank you.
in around 6 minutes.
if you
so.
come to the table, there's
Do you
a,
want me to read Margaret's first or mine first?
whichever you want.
Do mine
You've got
first.
6 minutes.
Yeah, okay, hello everyone. So my stance here is to reject this application, and that's on quite a few bases. We've raised obviously noise concerns. A lot of the local residents actually wrote on this planning application around those concerns, and I don't think the measures did really actually address that. So there's a few things I found which are fundamentally wrong with the noise assessment, and that's using the background noise during peak times in the day to state that actually it's acceptable to make noise at night when we're trying to sleep. And also for the opening hours, after the buses have finished, that noise has dropped away to next to nothing. Buses make the majority of the noise. Or what I should say is, they used to make the majority of the noise, but as we know, the buses have gone electric. So actually that noise assessment is really invalid right now. You mentioned, and I didn't know this, but they want to use some traffic light system. How is that going to stop people when they leave, when they go outside to smoke? It doesn't impact that, but it will impact us, because you can see there is no place. There's no place for people to go. So this is all going to be really detrimental on us, as we raise. I have some other sorry.
Sorry, no problem.
So also if we look at the local community, you raised that there's bars nearby, which there are, bars and clubs. Within 250 metres, there's already 4 establishments. All of them close between 11 and 11:30, all of them. Now, the ones that are right near us, and I mean right near, we've got Eton College, William and Florence, and the Warwick Arms within 200 metres of this location. I don't think Unthank Road needs more pubs, really. We could do with a dentist, we could do with some community level things. We don't really need a small pub, to be honest. Those ones also have a much better setup for those who want to go and enjoy alcohol. You mentioned around cans and bottles will be the main thing, which means cans and bottles will be the main thing which are left around the community. This already happens with 3 pubs which have a draft and these other things, so that's not going to be ideal. And then the noise considerations for building the fence, I don't think that's really going to do too much for people that smoke. They're not going to stand inside that area. Where they're going to stand is literally outside where the bus stop is, which is not great. When it comes to deliveries, so I live next to the co-op. I see how the co-op does its deliveries. The delivery driver is very good, I guess, in terms of his ability to maneuver up until there's traffic and congestion. And then what it does is, on that crossroads, is it completely blocks traffic in all directions whilst he has to try and do his maneuver, reversing into the area that they've got, which is a single yellow line. There is only double yellow lines around this property. So when people want to leave, after it's closed, when the last bus has already gone, the only options they will have is drive, let's hope not, because it's certainly alcohol, to go to a private hire taxi with nowhere for it to stop, because double yellow lines all around. So where are they going to park? Where are they going to pick up people? It's going to be more disruption. for us. Similarly with the deliveries.
He's had his first 3 minutes.
So, yeah, sorry, I don't know.
No, you're right, you've got another 3 minutes now.
Okay.
Don't forget Margaret.
Yes.
Yes.
And Margaret, if you're listening, hello. Yeah. I think I said about the electric buses and the noise complaints not necessarily being accurate. I think, to be honest, I've sort of roughly gone through, I think, my points. So if it's okay, I will I'll raise some of the points that Margaret sent to me. If that's okay.
Yep, fine, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, she was unable to attend because I don't think she knew about the session earlier now. But so she was saying, so I'll talk on my points and you can see the objections that others have raised. But also, we don't necessarily want to be in such a residential area, living next to another pub. And what we could have is an impact on our property values. So the ability for us to either sell homes, really not ideal. She was also mentioning around antisocial behaviour after hours. So, and this is probably a good point as well, you mentioned there will be some sort of sign to contact management. That's not going to be very good when we're woken up in the morning and we have work the next day. So sure, we can contact management. Realistically, they're not going to be able to control human behaviour in the early hours of the morning. If people have been consuming alcohol and want to get home, there will be noise. Us saying there will be noise does not change the fact that noise has happened and disturbed us. And I don't see how there's any measure that can be put in place to stop people making noise when they leave and disturbing the local residents. If you've ever been on Untank Road in the evenings, it's got noise during the day when there's buses and when there's cars, but in the evenings, the only noise is the occasional vehicle going past, which is a split-second noise, low drone. When you hear people talking, we naturally listen in on that. People having their cigarettes, talking or waiting for their taxis is going to be more of a disturbance than the occasional vehicle passing. I think that's all points. You've obviously all seen the other objections from the local residents. I think that's
Okay,
everything.
thank you very much for that.
Do I click this button? Sorry?
Yes, please. And we got the applicant.
Mark White.
Mark White. Right.
Hi there.
And you have 3 minutes.
Thank
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and thank you to all the officers for their involvement in producing a detailed planning report for our change of use application. Both Laura and myself have taken great care and gone to great lengths and taken the advice of a number of experts in order to make sure that 152A on Plank Road is a viable business and a viable option, especially in terms of its location, its size and its neighbouring properties. We are very aware of where it is positioned. We have owned and run the Fat Cat Brewery Tap on Mawson Road for 13 years, and we are used to working with the local council to ensure that we trade legally in all respects. Our intention, like at the Fat Cat Brewery Tap, is to create a positive impact on the neighbourhood. We want to create a micro pub and bottle bar, a smaller version of the brewery tap that generates jobs and is a community hub. We will also improve the appearance of and maintain the building to a very high standard. All of this should and will add value and character to the neighbourhood, as well as offering a different venue for the community. Unlike other pubs in the area, and this will be a micro pub, a lot of those are tied. This will be a very, very different venue for the area. We already own a pub in a residential area that has a lot of outside seating. We are very aware of how to manage such a business in such a location, and therefore we have thought of every aspect of how to manage the business at 152A Unthank Road successfully. For example, we will of course abide and comply with the Environmental Health Officer's conditions. We have designed a cooling system, a bespoke one, for a cellar, by which the outside cooler unit switches off at 11 PM and comes back on at 7 AM in the morning. We've asked for the permission to install a picket fence around the courtyard area so that we can close it off to our customers at specific times and when not in use. This will also deter loiterers at times, and the way it's designed is that nobody will be able to sit or loiter around that area. It will also improve security of the immediate area. Our deliveries will operate at considered times. Our bins will be completely hidden and locked away, other than on collection. We will install, as you've heard, a noise traffic light system that will be placed behind the bar, indicating our noise level, which the public can see, and so can our staff. This will be collaborated in conjunction with the noise assessment plan and by Adrian James Acoustics, which is a very reputable company. I'd just like to add here that during the noise assessment plan that we had done, their monitors, we had a microphone on the building which ran for 7 days, and that picked up, and that assessed times, that assessed the 24-hour period across those 7 days, and that's what they based their assessment on. So it was the evenings and it was the night time too, not just during the day when there is, yes, heavier traffic. We want our customers to be from our surrounding community. Therefore, we will encourage those to walk and cycle to us. To our knowledge, when operating as Oliver's, and it has operated as a bar before, just under 2 years, there were no complaints. Laura and I know how important it is to work within the guidance and within a licence, while still maintaining a viable business. We have gone to great lengths to cost up and to make sure that this will be and can be a viable business. In summary, we believe that as responsible publicans with a proven track record in running a successful business, we would have a positive impact on the local area. We are keen on investing in the premises, the neighbourhood, for the long term, which means it gives the neighbourhood stability, as well as creating jobs and a new community base. We look forward to welcoming the community to 152A Unplank Road. And if there's any other questions you need to ask them, we will happily answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. How's the champion first?
Didn't I not want to respond?
Oh,
Officer's response.
did the officer want to respond to anything?
I think he's kind of covered some of the things I was going
Yeah,
to say
okay.
related to assessment.
Thank you. Councillor Chairman.
Well, I guess I just wanted clarity with the noise assessment. I've just had 2 different accounts of how it was carried out. But can we be confident that the noise assessment is accurate and there won't be additional disturbance to the local residents?
Yes, the noise impact assessment was carried out by competent professionals, and the assessment is very thorough. We've consulted with our colleagues in environmental protection, and they were also satisfied with the findings of the assessment. There were no issues that were raised, and the recommendations that were made, and they were happy to allow for the details of the noise assessment to be implemented. So we can confidently say that the report is reliable, and we've had that checked by our own officers, who were also satisfied that the report is accurate and there would not be any additional harm based on that. So we can confidently say that. Yeah.
Councillor Priestley.
Yes, hello.
Questions?
I've got a question. First of all, can you just explain what sui generis means?
So the Use Classes Order, the Town and Country Planning Act Use Classes Order, sets out the certain uses of land, and there are lots of different categories that the uses of land can fit within. This used to be Class E, or it is currently lawfully Class E use, which is retail. It also covers things like offices and restaurants and things like that. So it can happily move between any of those uses without any planning consent. Changing to a different use requires planning permission, and this particular use, the use as a bar, sits in a category called sui generis, which is basically a class of its own. It doesn't fit into any of the actual categories, and so change of use to a bar always needs planning permission. There's no use that it can flip between without the need for planning permission. So it simply means it doesn't have a use class.
So, can I just, so it was being used by Oliver's as a bar previously, but without a licence. So,
I understand it had a licence, but it didn't have planning permission. So in planning terms, that was a breach of planning control.
but not licensing.
I believe it had a licence, but
That did have
it
that
did
pass
have a licence.
4 years or 3 years ago.
Okay, all right. Can I just have one other question?
Yes.
This is a very small bit of land, and I expect that if this were to open, it would be a very popular place. What would we do to stop people spilling out and drinking on the street around this bar? Are there any rules against that? When I go to big cities like London, I see hundreds of people standing outside the bar smoking, and there's no way that many people will fit onto that little piece of land. So what regulations are in place to prevent...
Well, you're only doing that, we're not regulating Alfrank Road or anything around there or on the street. I mean, you smoke where you want. Then outside out there where that bus stop is, you can't smoke there.
No.
So the size of the unit itself will naturally control the number of customers to a certain extent. My understanding is that the noise management plan talks about controlling those numbers and turning people away if there's no space.
Right. So there'll be a limit, we believe, a limit to the number of people allowed onto the property at any one time.
That would be our expectation of how the management would run the property. We can't, in planning terms, control the number of people. That's not a planning control. It is a licence control.
We don't have a licence in 2 weeks.
My understanding is that the licence does have a limit on the number of people outside the unit and potentially inside, but it's not something we do in planning.
Thank you.
That is limited.
Yeah.
Councillor Price?
Yeah, just wanted to pick up on the smoking area. I heard it referred to during the report, but do we understand the numbers of people that can stand outside? What noise level impact that would have? Is that in operation for the full duration that the premises is open? So just a few questions on that. So, yeah.
I believe the licence has a limit on the number of people who can stand outside there, which is 20.
Yeah.
That looks tight to me, so I don't think it would exceed that. I don't think it would be particularly easy to do so, especially when you consider there's going to be a bin store and a cooling unit and a bike stand in that space as well. But and the noise assessment has been done on that basis that there would be a maximum of 20 people in that area.
Right, okay, so what happens if that number starts to get exceeded?
The management plan that we've seen suggests that they would be turning people away at that point.
They're already paid for this, they've gone in, they've bought their time, and the 21st person who wants a cigarette, they can go out, and if I haven't got space, they're going to stand on the pavement. And the person's perfectly entitled to do that, aren't they? You know? So don't we have a responsibility to not allow development which then endangers the general public? So if there's, the mitigation here doesn't seem to be appropriate for the safety of the highway. But where that falls between us and the planning, but yeah, so I would like an answer to the 21st person who has already bought their pint because the venue is already bigger. And what are they going to be told? They're not allowed to smoke. Are they going to be told if they step off the premises, they're not allowed to back in to finish their pint? I just don't understand it. I feel it's dangerous.
Possibly the management at that point would say this area is becoming too full. We can't let any more people out here right now. That possibly would be how management deals with it. Yes, there are implications of allowing this use in this location. We understand that there are naturally going to be impacts, and that's what we assessed. So we considered that all of the many mitigation measures that we've put in place would alleviate those concerns. It's never going to go away completely.
So my final question on that is that you feel that by deciding this application and putting for approval, that if there is a risk on the highway and there's a subsequent accident, this authority would not be open to challenge from somebody suing because we granted this licence, because we granted this planning application.
Just, so maybe you're not confident with that.
I don't consider that to be a particular risk or a particular concern. But yeah.
Well, sorry, Hannah.
Thank you. I have a question about the opening hours. I know that for us, for planning to decide whether that's a licensing condition, but have I understood correctly that this place would be open longer than the area? And
No.
will it be open longer than other parts of the area? Would that mean that it might attract people that have been made to leave other places and maybe see whether they are the 21st? That's another plenty to ask.
So the answer to your first question is that both planning and licensing control opening hours. We both and we can decide different opening hours. It's whichever is more restrictive that the pub then has to comply with. So in this case, the unit has recently been granted a licence that has its own opening hours on it. The opening hours we consider to be appropriate in planning are the ones listed in the report, that is done on the basis of the noise impacts of that and the impacts on neighbours that have been considered in the noise impact assessment, and that's been again verified by our environmental protection colleagues and considered to be appropriate.
Can I just
Question?
ask my question, which was about other parts in the area when they are closing, and whether there's a risk of people moving on to this one if the others are closed?
I don't have the opening hours of the other pubs in the area to hand.
You'll be able to leave this one and go to one of the others. Well, the whole lodge is different. Some are open later. Councillor Young?
Can I just have clarification about the noise assessment? So what did the assessment take into account that there may be, say, 10 or more smokers standing on the pavements because the garden bit will be shut off after 10 o'clock, I think, or was it 11? But they will be standing 11 to 1 o'clock in the morning at the weekend, smokers outside talking. Did the noise assessment take all that into account? It measures what is a typical kind of noise of people standing outside a pub at that sort of time of night. So I've got other questions as well, but that's my first. Yeah.
Yeah, so noise impact assessments kind of made an assessment based on the number of people who would be sitting outside in the sitting area, as well as generally afterwards. So according to the impact assessment, based on a typical bar of this similar size that's being proposed here, and the typical type of functioning type of bar, it was considered that the noise that would be from the couple of people who would be standing around would still not be high, that it's going to be like a significant nuisance for the residential properties. So that was all included within the assessments which were done by the noise company.
Councillor Young?
Yeah, I do find it hard to believe that because it's so small, because it no doubt will be very popular and successful. I know how well attended the other pub is. People love this pub. I just feel that there is going to be a noise film right outside people's terraced houses. They're very close to the road, they're very close to this pub. But anyway, my other question was about the seating area. And one cycle stand, which I think would only take 2 bikes, so encouraging walking and cycling, not cars. 2 customers can cycle there and have safe storage. And when that area is shut off, how do they get their bikes? Presumably there is access, maybe there will still be people hanging around, calling out as they're unlocking their bikes. So yeah, that was a concern as well. Sorry, that wasn't really a question, but yeah. My question was, will they be able to have access to their bikes when it's shut off? And is it only 2 bikes?
I think the assumption is that if you also cycled to the property, you'd also, when you leave, you'd make sure that you take your bike with you. And if it is obviously you leave your bike, you would then be able to come back and collect your bike the following day. The premises that would allow you to do that.
Sorry, I meant after the 10 o'clock. The pub is still open till 1. The garden area is shut off, but people will have bikes in there.
But you can still walk in there to get to the door.
So I think what we're talking about here is that if you see on this photo here, there is the intention that there be a gate in between the low brick wall and the blue shop front to prevent people from using that area after 11 o'clock. I'm sure the management would allow someone access to go and get their bike. If they said, my bike is past that gate, please can you open it for me? That's what would happen. They'd be allowed quick access, get their bike and leave.
Walk.
And also, we must remember we're literally right next to a bus stop. I appreciate they stop at a certain time, but it's in a very sustainable location, very close to walking distance for many households, and reasonable walking distance to the whole city. Really, I don't think it's a very small unit. One cycle stand is sufficient in this case.
Councillor Calvert.
Sorry, continuing with cycle parking. What is the policy minimum for cycle parking? And is it required to be covered? And supplementary to that is, no, that's it.
We do not have cycle standards for bars, as I understand, and I don't think the requirement is for them to be secured, covered cycle stands in an area where they're going to be coming and going for visitors rather than for staff. That's generally how we deal with it.
You might be able to correct me because I've just closed the window. But I had it down as one cycle place per 50 square metres for customers, and one for members of staff. Obviously, the venue covered was my understanding, but you might be able to correct me.
What use was that?
Was sui generis.
I mean, sui generis covers all uses outside of the use classes, which is.
Give me a moment, I'll look.
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Champion.
I'm surprised that the gate isn't, that's a discussion point, but the gate should be on the plan, if that, would have negated that last question. In relation to the bar area, which is dissected, it would appear, and it would appear, so correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like there's some stairs going up to a raised area, is this correct? Am I reading that correctly? At the front, you've got an arrow which indicates it's a slope. Is it a ramp in the middle?
Yeah.
Okay, then that answers my question. I was just trying to make sure that there was a ramp for the disabled toilet access, but that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Peake.
Yeah. You said about the deliveries from underneath the street, but looking at the plans, they've got a kitchen store there, and there's a back gate at the back of the building. There's no access there to take any deliveries in. So the only access I can see is entering from the main parlour area.
Yep.
Is that correct?
The deliveries will be going in through the front access. That's the only access into the property. There is no other point of entry for that. So that would be going in through the main entry. Because that's the rear is another properties with its own separate access.
Lara, you need to turn yours off.
Sorry.
That's right, thank you. Councillor Peake, Price.
Thank you, Joe. Just quickly, so you've got a bike store, you've got potentially 20 people standing outside there allowed. How are people supposed to manoeuvre their bike in and out of the site? That's one question. And I just want clarity. Are we saying that the outside area will close before the bar? If that is the case, what is the provision for smokers who intend to stay in the bar after the outside area has closed? And what responsibility do we have in that?
So the bike store, it's a very constrained area, I appreciate that. There is limited space for all of the facilities that a bar needs, along with seating or standing space. There are conflicts there, but for a bar of that size, we consider it to be acceptable.
So somebody smoking who has had alcohol, somebody removing their bike, and we're saying it's a conflict-free area, we think it's wise to create conflicts between the cyclists and the smoking patrons while they're trying to remove their bikes while under the intoxication of alcohol. That's what we're actually saying is okay here in this application. We're approving it. We think that that's fine.
No, that's your interpretation, Councillor Freud.
So the other point is about a bar. What is the provision for smoking patrons once the outside has been closed? And what is the safety impact?
Yeah, there is none, essentially.
So there is no provision for them. Right, so then they will be because they're not going to smoke if they want to smoke, so they will have to go into the highway, what we say. They will have to leave the premises.
Yes,
and
they will,
go
yes.
Potentially onto the highway,
Yeah.
onto the narrow highway. For approximately, so it's 10:30, but the licence is till 1, so that's 2.5 hours of operation where people will have to leave the premises and go onto the general highway to smoke, is what we're saying. Just checking.
So the front area closes at 11,
right.
And it's open, the entire bar is open till midnight on most days of the week,
Right, so 1 hour.
and 1 o'clock on Fridays and Saturdays.
1 hour and then 2 hours of conflict. Okay, thank you.
I don't know where you're getting the conflict from. I mean, I smoke, and if I can't smoke in the building after time, before the bar's shut, I would have to go somewhere else. I would come out.
Point of order, this is question time, Chair.
Pardon?
Point of order, this is question time.
Well, I know that, but we've just got an argument there. Yeah, Councillor Sains first.
Councillor Ackroyd and Councillor Princey would be both before me.
Okay.
My question is just for clarification for me, because at number 7 in recommendations it says outside seating. Presumably it isn't seating.
Yeah, it is.
So you're going to get seating, cycle stores, 20 people, well, not you personally, but that's the plan in what is quite a small area. So there is actually seating. Do you know seating for how many people? I can't see that.
We don't have any details of any seating. There's no requirement for there to be any seating,
Okay.
and there'll be no requirement to have planning permission for seats that can be moved, so we don't have those details.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Councillor Princey was next.
Councillor Princey.
Can I ask a question about the toilet? So you've got a bar here which is going to have 20 people in it, and it's got a disabled toilet which is, I think, behind the bar. Are there any regulations about the number of toilets that need to be in restaurants and drinking establishments?
Not in plan.
There is in licensing.
Is there? Because there's only one toilet here.
Fine. Councillor Sains.
I didn't notice before, I mean, there's clearly one entrance. And given that it's a bar rather than, say, a little restaurant where people will be sitting down, we could have a situation where there are quite a number of people standing in a crowded area. What has there been any fire assessment or any comments from the Norfolk Fire Service on this? Because it seems to me that there's a potential hazard should a fire break out for whatever reason towards the front of the premises.
So that's not something that we need to consider in planning. But it is something that the applicants have done, because they're nodding at me, and it's something that is covered by building regulations, essentially, that they are required to have provisions in place and safe routes identified, but it's not something that we need to consider here.
Councillor Calvert.
The ground floor plan, after the cycle parking, seems to indicate that the cycle route would be so close to the building that it could only be used for one bicycle. Is that an error in the plan, or is that design?
It does appear that way, yes.
So it is an application for one cycle place.
That's how it appears, yeah.
Thank you.
It's a constrained area with limited facilities needing to be provided there.
Okay, the recommendation is to approve. I'll move the recommendation. Seconded, Councillor Sands. Move on to discussion. Anyone? Councillor Sands.
I'm really concerned at the very, very small nature of this and the potential for overcrowding and spillage out into the area at the front and on the footpath, and subsequent disturbance, not just from noise, but from smokers and other sorts of things, with the fumes wafting into nearby residences and the residents upstairs. If this was, say, a small restaurant which had a number of tables and a defined number of patrons on any one evening, I would have fewer concerns. But I have to admit, I am very, very concerned about this as a proposal. I'm not at all keen on it.
Can we just ask, I mean, there are licence regulatory about how many people can be inside at one time and how many people can be outside at one time as well. So you will not get a situation where that'll be overpacked and they all spill out onto the road. Licence has already done that 2 weeks ago.
I realise that, Chair, but again, if I had a restaurant with, say, seating for 25 people, I would know I'd have 25 patrons. With a small place like this, unless I've got someone with a counter by the door counting people in and counting people out, it's going to be very, very difficult. And I would imagine a lot of people, as we know, in pubs and bars tend to stand. So, the overcrowding and over-occupation, I believe, is a very, very serious consideration.
Councillor Calvert.
I'm particularly concerned about the outside space. When this came before licensing, we weren't presented with the bin store or the cycle storage. It was presented as a much more open and available space than it is presented here, and I'm concerned that the constrained space that we talked about earlier is problematic. I also have experience of local community pubs, the Fat Cat near me, which I appreciate is different from Fat Cat as I understand it. We get a very large number of people who ride by bicycle, which of course is a pretty sensible option if you're going to go drinking, and we're providing one cycle space and calling that sustainable, and that has a concern, that's a great deal of concern to me, so two concerns.
Councillor Young.
I'm really concerned about obstruction to what is already quite a narrow pavement, and if we do get even just a few smokers congregating, it will block the pavement for mobility scooters, maybe for vulnerable people walking home. And I also know that really terrible bike accidents can happen when you have a crowded pavement and a pedestrian or one of the people there just steps into the road, not hearing a quiet bike suddenly. I know a couple of people who've had really nasty accidents because of that. So anything which might encourage a pedestrian who's not really, practicing their full faculties, if they're smoking, chatting, drinking, just steps off the curb and a cyclist is there, it can be really, really nasty. So I just think, it's a lovely idea for a pub in a nice, vibrant area, but I just think this is the wrong location because of the narrow pavement, the small space, no outside place for smokers after 10 o'clock.
Councillor Sands.
I'm a little intrigued actually the concerns that we've raised are all very, very good and very interesting. But given that this has been operating as a bar now for 2 years, with licence but not planning permission, and now given the years that are down for it being open, that was during the pandemic, I'm just wondering if that's why it didn't come to planning. I guess that was a question I should have asked before, but still. I'm kind of assuming in those 2 years a lot of the things that we're talking about have been ironed out, surely. Because this can't be something that's suddenly going to happen now that it has a slight change in that it's come to planning for it to be changed around. The essence of what it has been for 2 years will remain similar. So, although I agree that there's some very good points being brought forward, but surely this is nothing new. It's been assessed already over the past 2 years. Would be my thought on that.
Councillor Podge.
Yeah, thank you. I think that the other type of business was a different type of business, sit-down business, and as we have established in this meeting, it never came to planning. And because of that reason, it was not considered any of those risks at the time, which is an oversight by this council in its ability to tie licensing and planning reasonably together. But my point would be that reading the assessments from the Highways Department and also from Environmental Protection, it does strike me as that these were quick and basic. And I don't think the nuances of the application were considered well enough during that time. So, for an example, the constraints of the site and the impact of people leaving the premises, spilling out of the premises, being outside of the premises, and the number of people outside the premises, I don't think has been considered in terms of safety by highways or by environmental protection well enough. I have concerns about those assessments that have been made. You know, even by the language that in the response, I had a look at it. You know, it doesn't say the language even sort of indicates that it was a quick assessment.
Anyone else want to speak before I bring Councillor Calvert in again? Councillor Champion?
I mean, at the crux of this is the noise issue. I'm not entirely convinced that it can't be managed by the management, and I mean that's largely a planning issue. On the face of it, I feel like this is quite a nice application, and with good management, and I think it runs through everything we do in planning. If providing the management and the people running the premises work with the local community and continue to engage and listen, and I believe that would mitigate a lot of the issues. A lot of the issues we can't address in here. They haven't got the space in the front to put all the stuff which they want to. I mean, I think that needs to be assessed and re-looked at. But given the constraints of space, I'm broadly supportive of this. I think it's quite a nice application, and I just hope that the people who are going to take it on and manage the premises work with the local community to ensure that a lot of the issues which maybe the local community have can be mitigated and addressed.
I too am I'm broadly supportive of the application. My concerns are largely are focused around the constraints, particularly, entirely around outdoor space. I wonder if this might be better addressed by looking at the use of the front space, which is currently down as an uncomfortable combination of cycle storage, bin storage, seating, and it also addresses a number of the noise issues. And I wonder if we might consider asking them to come back with a solution that overcomes those, and it looks like rearrangement of the front seating area might be the solution to unlocking those problems. That's my views.
Okay. I know this area quite well. I used to live on our Bank Road when I first left home. That's a long time ago. But that was a bakery a long time, Sewell's Bakery. Fantastic place. First one to done sandwiches used to take to work. But anyway, that's beside the point. And then you had a bank in there, and another shop in there, then a pub in there. And this is the first one who's actually going to bring cycle parking. No one else had cycle parking outside the shop for 50 odd years. So at least there's going to be cycle parking there somewhere. If it's only for one, it's for one. And for smoking, I mean, if you're in a pub and then you have to go out and stand on the road to have a cigarette and might not get back in the end because they're going to be overfull, you wouldn't be there. You'd go somewhere else. I just can't see this thing about smoking and stuff. And in 40 odd years' time, that won't make any difference anyway because no one will be allowed to smoke then. So, like King's Speech if you can listen to it. But anyway, so we haven't got to watch this. I think that'd be an ideal for a little pub being outside there. I did say about when I was on licence and ran the licence, did like the little area outside. They wanted too many people to be in there. We halved that number. So I think, and noise outside on the street, and noise coming from the premises, and smokers talking and smoking out on the road can all be done by the residents to bring it back into licensing to get rid of the licence. But planning wise, I can't see nothing wrong with that. Yeah, licensing review. So if the management don't behave and tell the people to be quiet, or they don't say what they're going to do, then that can come back to licensing and licensing can shut up. But they'd have to do a licence review. But planning wise, I can't see nothing wrong with it being a plan, being a pub. Anyone else want to say anything? Councillor Culver again?
Sorry, quick question. I think I know the answer to this. Can modifications be made to the highway by the applicant on the basis that they own it but don't have the highway rights? As in, I'm sorry, I'm thinking on my feet. I was hoping that we could put something on the pavement, but I don't think we can. I think the pavement's very narrow, actually. So I think there's very limited opportunity for cycle storage on the pavement to say. I think that would be too narrow. So I withdraw.
Councillor Post?
Yes, I'm quite happy and open to listen to anything, but I have not been convinced that public safety will be upheld by the conflicts created by the front of the property. I'm quite happy to hear anything else, but I think that is a risk that hasn't been addressed through this discussion or application. Thank you.
Right, we'll move to the vote. No one else wishes to speak? All those in favour of the recommendation to approve, please show.
As usual, it is a recorded vote, so it's Councillors Driver, Ackroyd, Champion, Peake, Susans, Councillor
Thomas.
Thomas? I just didn't know if Thomas.
No, she can't.
Oh, I didn't realise.
Yeah. All those against?
And Councillors Mike Sands, Councillor Calvert, Councillor Princely, Councillor Young, Councillor Heckner.
Abstentions.
Abstentions. Councillors Price.
Thank you.
Voted. That is carried by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. The application has been approved. Thank you. That's the end of the planning committee today. Thank you very much. And we'll see you next time.